All right. Good morning, everybody. I think we are on. If you can hear me and if I sound okay, if you don't mind hitting that number 1. Again, if you can hear me and if I sound okay, hit that number 1. Should be. Brian, Kyle, Brian, Talk, Muppet, Muppet Mark. That's a good name. Soccer Mavericks. All right. We are in business, it looks like. Todd, thank you, thank you. Now, all right. Hoover, thank you. All right, let's get this locked and loaded here. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. Good morning. It is Tuesday, December 2nd. The year is 2025. Hopefully you're all off to a good start to your days. New to pro, finally. Good job. Emo said there is a minimum trade of 1 a week. Is that new? Does it change your rate? Well, if you have to up at market, just email them. Like if you're going on vacation, just let them know, hey, I'm going to go on vacation. I'm not going to be able to get a trade in quick. Or just I'm not going to be able to get a trade in, and they're fine with that. Got 7 more using your code. Well, thank you, EMA Trader. I appreciate it. Code Clay. EMA Trader is feeding hungry kids. Using code Clay does indeed feed hungry kids, but appreciate that. But yeah, Muppet Mark, just if you were to go on vacation, just let them know. Kyle's got a good green day. Well, let me finish up my my opening remarks as always. If you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, here's your first reminder. Please hit that like button. It's something small, but it really does help. If you've never been here before, welcome. Great to have you. No need to hit the like button. I completely understand you have no idea if you're going to enjoy or not. But if you have been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please hit that like button as I watch this thing break out. But that's okay. I was never really totally convinced if that was a worthwhile trend line to break or not. So can't say I necessarily really missed anything there. But hey, if any of you are watching that trend line, you're like, hey, I'm buying. Congrats. You got a nice little move right here. Hey, good morning, Nathan. And otherwise, you do flip trades to keep your racehorses. Well, no, just because you pass a test does not mean you have to activate the racehorse. You don't have to activate your pro accounts right away. You can just let accounts sit there without being activated. There's no monthly fee associated with that. You do not have to activate anything. I have many accounts right now just sitting there, not activated. It's only after you activate them where you have to do the trades. I'm still holding one runner since 5:45. Oh, wow. Very nice job, EMA. Since 5:45. You're welcome, Muppet Mark. 5:45 down here. Yeah, I can see that. Buying the low down. Yeah. Wow, congrats. Way to let that one work for you. Hey, good morning, Bill. So how are all your days going so far? Green, red, terrible, best day ever, worst day ever. Blue an account, pass an account. Qualified for a payout. Waving the white flag, I give up. Hopefully nobody's giving that answer. Oh, terrible. Oh, I saw your post. Weren't you close to having a green day, but you just didn't quite lock it in the game quick enough, if I remember right? Green. Good night. Well, it's wherever Willang is, it is night. But I say good morning to you, sir. Chell Bell, cool. Green across the board. Travis. I was just saying good morning, Travis. Caught a good job, patient. Morning nated. Bill plus 200. Very good. Thinking about maybe a short up around this white line. This white line is the high of the day. It's getting a little spiky here. I'm going to try a short right there, see if this is some sort of fake breakout of the highs. But only if it comes down to that red line there. I'm red for the day, but it was a flip day. Good job, Travis. And I'm looking to get short at the red line, seeing if this is some sort of fake breakout to new highs. I mean, this is seemingly a pretty overextended move. I mean, it's had one little consolidation candle, and then everything just straight up since then. And again, only willing to get in if it hits that red line. So we'll see. Lang is making millions of dollars trading gold, it sounds like. Congratulations, Lang. If you want to buy me a skid steer, I'll gladly accept that gift. All right, never mind on that one. It's risk profile is changing a little bit too much now. Wow. Okay. Well, on that note, I'm glad I waited for confirmation for a short because that helped save me from potentially a losing trade there. I was up just over $200 trading Asia. Okay, wait. Okay, Asia's not the one in the middle of the night. Okay, fine. Lost it all, then got it all back, and then some. So roller coaster. Right? Yeah, Europe's the one in the middle of the night. That's like, okay, you might have an issue if you find yourself trading the European Open in the futures market. So excited today. No, I'm sorry. So exited today. I think I missed something. You exited what? Or was that a typo and you meant excited? Maybe that was a typo, unless I missed something else that you exited. Well, Lang, you're going to end up in jail, dude. You're going to end up in jail. Are you a qualified financial advisor? You just showing up and telling people to buy NASDAQ. Well, Lang, are you a licensed financial provider? Oh, yes, excited. Well, what are you excited about, Greg? I like to hear that people are excited, but don't be stingy on the details. Hey, good morning, Z-Dart. Well, at this point, I'm definitely interested in potentially a long down around this white line, just basic. This was the breakout, so do we get some sort of back test and go type thing? But step one for that is the price has first got to get down to that yellow line. My new prop account. Good. Oh, having a good day on it? Sorry, my speaking English not good. Well, Lang, I just don't want to see you in jail. That's all. I don't want to see the Navy SEALs have to be dropped into whatever country you're in, and then you taken out of your bed at night and brought here to America and thrown into a dungeon because you were given financial advice. We'll get you. We'll get you. The government will gladly waste our tax dollars going to your country, spending millions of dollars to figure out who you are, where you are, risking the lives to go and get you and bring you back here for telling people to buy NASDAQ when you were not a licensed financial advisor. I finally fixed my chart. I had autofit. Oh, yeah, Daniel. Autofit is I could have sworn that was in the video. This one right here. Or the one I have about setting up the platform, but maybe I didn't leave that part in. I know I can only make half of the target in a day, but does that number change based on the profit? No, it's always the same amount. I think you're doing the 50K, Greg. So every day during the test phase, max $1,500. Again, only during the test phase. They'll just send drone. Well, the drones will come down and pick them up. And then, wow, Anthony's already planning the heist of how to get Lang out. This chat will probably have like a January 6th-ish type thing outside of whatever courthouse Lang is at. We will storm the courthouse for Lang. Hey, William. All right, just trying to be patient. I'm looking for a long, but not until down around that yellow line. So ideally, it pulls back there, but right now it just seems, I don't know. It has pulled back, so I wouldn't say, anybody going long right now is necessarily chasing the price, but I'd like to see it pull back a little bit more. Prison break, yeah. Well, more like Lang edition. He's gone silent. I think he's currently boarding up his windows. I think he thinks that I was being serious. Okay, so Trump is speaking at noon. My guess would, I don't know. Who knows what he might be talking about. All right, well, if you have a policy, as I sort of do, to not trade while Trump is talking, but then again, we can play the game. He says he's going to speak at noon, but does that actually mean 12:30? Does it mean 12:45? I don't know. Doesn't exactly have the best track record of being on time for these speeches. Always creates a fun little game. Guess when he'll actually speak. Okay. Guess it's going to require us to just kind of... Now, if this thing goes sideways here for another, 10 minutes and the 21 EMA catches up some more, then yeah, I might be more apt to go long right now. But right now, I just want to let it consolidate. I will say this would be an absolutely beautiful entry. Not only is it that trend line, which is what I've been talking about anyways, but now the 21 EMA is caught up. So it's like a double whammy of support right there. Again, that doesn't mean that it would for sure bounce, but man, that's a pretty beautiful area. Again, please don't take that as, oh, so it's guaranteed to bounce from there. That's not what I said. I just said I would feel as though I had an edge at that point, that the odds seem more likely than not that it would bounce. That's all I'm saying. But we have entered into all of a sudden just this tight little range. I mean, I'm sure there's some people out here that are, and they're not wrong. I'm not, but they're probably looking at this little bull pennant. And I'm not going to make any decisions based off of that. But you got to think there's at least a few people in the world that are looking at that bull pennant, trying to make some decisions from it. Forex Factory says 2. However, I know there's supposed to be a cabinet meeting at 11:30, so it's all says Trump's supposed to speak at 2. Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah, we'll work together as a group. I know some of you are have very fancy setups, and you're watching the TV, and oh wow, gold. Okay, gold actually might. Is gold the best thing to trade today? Is this even better movement than like NQ and stuff? I don't know. Some days gold is better to trade, but. Oh, yeah, okay. So this distance over here is 5. Okay, gold. I have experience with gold at this point, but I would not. Whoa, gold. Okay, gold. Who here cares about gold? Give me a 5 if you're like, yeah, I not necessarily always am trading gold, but I do keep an eye on gold. Give me a 5 if you are somebody as a futures trader that cares about gold. I'm curious. Okay. All right. Well, this is definitely a day today where you're like, no, man, I've been mainly focused on gold. I get it. The past few weeks, though, if you're to say, no, I'm mainly focused on gold, I'd be like, I don't know. Gold seems kind of slow. But today is not one of those days. All right, well, good to know. I just noticed on the 5-minute over here. That gold is having a real rough one. I lost track of it here. When it started to bounce here, I made an alert about a dead cat to our private community. So if any of you here are part of the private community and you were watching this looking for the dead cat, all I will say is you definitely got some warning signs that maybe this bounce was done. And then quite the rollover. So congratulations to anybody that was looking for it to potentially roll over. Still waiting here on the MNQ. Would like to see it pull back to this area. So trying to be patient. Limit moves in cattle again. What do you mean by limit moves? All right, you're not doing EU, but never hit enter. Okay, I was going to say you were either far behind on the stream or something else, but it looks like it was something else. You forgot to hit enter. I was going to say, okay, that was an old conversation. It's up the limit. Oh, you mean like the market's frozen? Hey, when did that happen? Okay, well, that was the order that I wanted, and that would have been a beautiful, beautiful scalp of at least over 10 points now. Did that just shoot down there? I turned my head to read a comment, and I looked back, and that had to have just been a... Am I mistaken, or did that thing just happen like in a second? Hey, Patrick. So the cattle market right now is halted to the upside? So in other words, beef prices are just going to go higher and higher at the grocery store. If if I'm understanding right, that the cattle market is halted right now. You got to be kidding me. When did that happen? Yes. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, good one, Muppet Mark. That is hot. Okay. Well, that's a wild start. Again, it's nobody's fault but my own. I'm the one that makes the choice to read the chat, to interact with the chat. Sometimes I would like to think that creates an interactive stream that makes it a more so kind of an entertaining stream. But there's always trade-offs, and there was one of the trade-offs. Sometimes I just flat out miss things. And apparently I missed exactly what I called out, what I was looking for. And that's the cool thing about the live stream is, whatever, dude, you're just talking in hindsight. No, I understand that. But if you don't believe me, I'm not offended. Scroll back in the live stream, and you will see me talking about this yellow line here. And good grief, it bounced right off of it. You can't make this stuff up. Just for my own sanity's sake, like I did talk about the yellow line. Didn't I? Give me a 5. Who was here at the beginning of the live stream when I talked about that yellow line? Give me a 5. Right? I did talk about that, didn't I? I'm not imagining that. I could have sworn I was like, hey, I like that a lot. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Thank you. Man. Hey, let's go, Ty. First payout approved today. Don't ever say just 360. Shut your mouth, boy. Don't get the word just out of there. You little dirty scumbag. Those are evil voices. Say first payout approved today. $360. That is awesome. And I'm not even joking. Like, it was just 360. What? No, good job. Clay, how long does it take you on average to get a payout range of a... Well, that's my trading. That's where it depends from prop firm to prop firm to prop firm. Everybody has different payout policies. Take Profit Trader. You can request daily payouts, and you can request payouts in any amount that you want. Other prop firms, you may make $5,000, but they're like, well, you can't request that until 8 days from now. Even 8 days from now, you can only request $2,000. Now, to be fair to those prop firms, you will eventually get paid what you're owed, assuming you're following the rules. But with Take Profit Trader, if you're making $5,000 on it, then you can request that $5,000. And if you're making $5,000 every single day of the week, then you can request $5,000 every single day of the week. Not all prop firms are like that, though. That's one of the things where they compete. But that is why I like Take Profit Trader, as many other people like Take Profit Trader. Not only because of their payout policy, but also just because of their cleaner set of rules. It's a 50K now, so the worst I can do with that account is making 260. Yeah, that's awesome, Ty. Good job. Yeah, so that 360 payment, or that 360 payout, you're now starting to pay for previous accounts, so you're working your way back to complete profit. Just took 2 quick losers, too quick to post, but now in. All right, patient. Good discipline. I meant how long does it take you to finish eval on average? Usually I'm done within like 6-7 days. With Take Profit Trader, you have to do a minimum of 5 days anyways. So there's really no need to rush. Just take your time because it's a minimum 5 anyhow. But yeah, if it's more than 5, it's not the end of the world. Get it done within a month though, would be my suggestion. That way the monthly fee, because after you pass with Take Profit Trader, there are no more fees. There's no more monthly fees. There's no activation fee if you use code Clay. All right, here we go. Maybe a pullback here. So again, on Take Profit Trader, just real quick. Yes, this says per month, but this is only during the test phase. After you pass the test, this all goes away. So you can take as long as you want, but if it takes 3 months, well, then you're going to pay that 3 times. That's why I say just aim to pass within 1 month. But no need to rush, because it's a 5-day minimum anyways. And with the racehorse model anyways, that stuff kind of becomes a moot point because even when you have pro accounts, the racehorse model suggests you should still be training new horses, aka taking normal accounts and still passing them. All right, here we go. Here we go. Maybe another chance here. This is kind of scary because this is a pretty nasty pullback, but we'll see what happens. In. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Added some more at the purple line, which is the 50 period. Let's see if we can get a bounce up off of there. Okay, there we go. A little bit of a scalpy scalp to start things off. Good for my psyche, as you longer time veterans know. I like to kind of get a wind under my belt. As many as you want, my trading. And just a little bit of a nitpick, but it will matter. Code Clay should be all caps, though. I realize your whole sentence was just lowercase, but when you enter into the code, it'll need to be all caps. But yeah, you can use that as many times as you want. And then just one little pointer that maybe some of you are thinking, well, take Rapid Trader, that 5-day minimum for a test. I know so-and-so prop firms, they say you can pass the test in 1 day. I understand why you're asking that question, but it's a wrong question to ask. In the prop firm space, the question you need to ask is, how many days will it be until I'm eligible to request the payout? So on some of the prop firms that say you can pass in 1 day, that's true, but still, ultimately, you're not going to be eligible for a payout until 8 or 9 days anyways. But with Take Profit Trader, you are eligible for a payout on day number 1 of your pro account. So if you have a minimum of 5 days for the test, and then day number 6 is your pro account, well, you are eligible for a payout within 6 days. So yes, other prop firms may advertise you can pass in 1 day. Wrong question. The question asked is, how many days will it be until I'm eligible for my first payout? Again, some prop firms that advertise, the 1 day pass, yeah, you're not going to be eligible until like day 8 or 9. With Take Profit Trader, though, you'll be eligible, assuming you, meet all the criteria, you'll be eligible on day number 6. So just something to keep in mind in that regard. All right, maybe another trade here. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this line here. What I'd like to see is for it to come down here again and then give me another bounce to really show that hopefully the buyers have shown up pretty strongly right there. Hey, Karim. Um, 15. That's about a 20-point stop. So just one thing to note is between these two numbers, it is now a distance of 20. Thanksgiving, the day after Thanksgiving, the distance between those numbers was like 5. It was a very slow moving environment. A couple weeks ago, the distance between these two numbers was 50. So it's not quite like it was a couple weeks ago, but it is still pretty volatile. Again, the distance between these two numbers is 20. So in other words, it can look like a pretty small distance, but make sure you check the points, because that little small distance, you could still be a 15, 20, 30-point stop. I don't see the rush with it anyways. Anyway, I'm not sure what that exactly is referring to. Okay, now let's see if it wants to maybe try to come back up. On the 5-minute over here, you can see that we are right at the 21 EMA on the 5-minute. So potentially, maybe it tries to stabilize out here, but I'm not totally convinced. All right, there we go. That's why I wanted to see it one more time, maybe come down there and show me that the buyers were still around. But as of right now, not looking like the buyers are still around. Hence, that's why the price dropped down further. Remember, that's what controls the market. Buyers and sellers, sellers and buyers. Supply and demand, demand and supply. So it looks as though the demand, aka the buyers, have left the building. Now, of course, they could always return, but that's why I wanted to wait for confirmation. Hey, if you are enjoying, hit that like button. We are 12 away from our first kind of ideal milestone of 50 likes. So if you're here and enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if we got 12 of you here, then we can hit that goal. But it may not seem like a lot, but hitting that like button, it really does help. So if you're, like I said, enjoying in any way, please consider hitting the like button. All right, let's see how the price behaves at the dotted brown line down here. This is a pivot point. Again, I'm waiting for confirmation. I'm not going to do any blind buys because this thing is starting to, now not that it would be totally blind. There's a pivot point there. No, I'm not going down that rabbit hole. Nope. I spent too much time on it last week, and some people went into full-blown dent mode to try to... Oh, come on, jokesters. Why? Sometimes the chat is just they're a bunch of jokesters. You stop at 49. I say 50, you're like, all right, guys, let's troll them. Let's rage bait them. Let's bring this up to 49. Who is going to be the rebel amongst you and say, no, I'm going to just make it 50? Who is a rebel here? Hey, somebody's a rebel. There we go. All right, we are approaching the pivot point. Now, I find this area way more fascinating. I don't know if it'll get down there, but we have the VWAP, we have the overnight high, we have the 200 period simple moving average, we have this previous low right there. So this is, in my mind, a pretty spicy area down here for a potential bounce. But that's more of a question of will the price even get down there? That remains to be seen. But let's see what happens here. Hey, JJ. Five-minute down around that area also. I'll just bring it around and show you. So this is a 2-minute we're looking at. And then I bring over the 5-minute, and you can see that the 5-minute also has the purple line down around there, which is the 50 period moving average. So a couple different time frames, definitely. There's the pivot. Yeah, let's see how it forms. If I can get a nice little formation here, I might be interested in a long at the pivot. But like I said, I'm not going to just buy at the pivot right now. I need to see a little bit more confirmation. All right. Maybe this thing is getting ready to... Okay. That's why I like to wait for confirmation. Now, if this thing comes down here and just as a clean-cut move through all these levels, then... Oh, boy. Let's see. All right. If you are short, by the way, congratulations. For me personally, I saw nothing that would make me want to get short. But... Whoa, okay. This is starting to get... Is there... No, there's not news or anything right now. This is just, I think... So I'm definitely going to wait for some sort of confirmation. Now, to be fair to the people that are like, no, Clay, I don't necessarily need that. I'm going to just try to buy at the VWAP. I mean, they're getting a nice little bounce here. So scalpers definitely had a good job for just buying at the VWAP. But like I said, for me, I wanted to wait for a little bit more confirmation. But yeah, I mean, in this candle alone, this is about... I mean, these are big candles right now. 80 for the most part to keep the math easy because I'm stupid. Down to basically 30. So this is... I mean, this is a 50-point candle right here. That's a lot. That's a lot. Like, there are definitely some accounts that got roasted. Anybody that were, kind of playing this long, maybe getting undisciplined, holding and hoping, just blindly averaging down, those accounts are all roasted now. Anybody that's using their own funds and then having a bad day, then, I mean, they're having a real bad day. Because at least in the prop firm space, a roasted account just means, at most a couple $100. But if you're using your own money, any of their own money futures traders that are, trying to do this, they are not happy at all. Like, not even a little bit. Scalpy short. Trump cabinet meeting at 11:30 and announced, yeah, Jocko, we saw that earlier. Somebody said it was at noon, but it does seem like there's some conflicting information out there. But it does seem that everything agrees Trump will be speaking. Okay. Maybe getting some sort of sign that it wants to find some support down around the VWAP in this area. Do you think Scalp is bad trading? I still make 1,000 average per day, but a lot of commission, 25 days per. You think Scalp is bad? No, I do scalps. I got. What do you mean by bad? Because of commissions? Well, how much do you make after commissions, pastry chef? Is that $1,000 after commissions? All right, Anthony, sounds good. I guess I don't. Yeah, you might. I don't know. You might be using. First, get me wrong. If you're making 750 a day, that's not bad. That's really good. They'll my trading take profit trader would email you on the what's called red folder days where you're not allowed to trade certain things. They will email you. Good morning, Jim. No, if so, back to you, Pay Chef. If the scalpy scalp strategy is yielding you 750 bucks per day, I do not think it is bad trading. That actually seems like really good trading. Now we did have this conversation yesterday. I don't know who you're using, but some of you pointed out to me that one of the nice things that I never realized about Take Profit Trader, because I just assumed that all prop firms were basically the same commission. But so if you're like, no, Take Profit Trader also has really low commissions compared to other prop firms. So Pastry Chef, maybe that's something you want to consider. Just doing scalping with another prop firm that has lower commissions, which is Take Profit Trader from what I was educated on yesterday. So thanks again to many of you. Shame on me for not even realizing that. I assumed, and you know what they say about assuming, right? Right. Well, you seem to be complaining about commissions. So look into a prop firm that has lower commissions. If you're already with Take Profit Trader, well then, I mean, it is what it is. But yes, I do not think scalping is bad trading, to use your words, if you're making 750 a day. Or to make, to your point, average per day. All right, still trying to see what this wants to. Yeah, these upper shadows right now have me worried because it's tried to bounce now twice. Both bounces smack back down. So going long here has me a little worried. Now, I'm not going to say you're stupid for going long right now. I can understand the logic. I'm just saying those past couple of candles illustrate two attempted bounces that were both smacked down. And so that makes me think that there are some sellers hanging around right now. But to also give credit, that VWAP, I mean, amazing. Doing its job. Well, that's a matter of perspective. The shorts are like, stop doing your job. All right, here we go, coming down. And that depends who you ask. If you're somebody that demands like very, very volatile, very, very explosive movement, then yeah, you'll be like, well, I definitely want to trade at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. But that's all a matter of perspective. All right, CDP. All right, there are the sellers. So you can see that the sellers are hiding out there. Hence these upper shadows. I'm going to try a buy down there. Unless it decides to bounce right off the 200 period moving average. Get rid of that line. All right, well. I don't know. Do I try one here? Does this pink line want to still hold? Again, the pink line is that 200 period simple moving average. Right now it is holding, but will it continue to hold is the... I don't know. This seems like a kind of... Yeah, I mean, right now, if I get long there, that's 30. My stop is here. I mean, that's basically a 20-point stop. Oh, not 31, Clay. Not 31. All right. Let's see what happens. Oh, it left me behind. That green line was my buy, and I got left behind. I was not fast enough. Whoops. Well, if any of you here were like, hey Clay, I'm going for that bounce off that 200 period moving average. Great call. Good job. Did anybody play that bounce? Give me a 1. If you were buying that 200 period moving average, you just got paid. And you are continuing to get paid. Anybody? Good job. All right. Okay. Nice. Nice. I love it. Independent thinkers. They're like, Clay, appreciate your thoughts, but we're going to have to agree to disagree on this one. I'm buying right there. See, isn't there power in thinking for yourself? Amazing. Yes, my trading, 9:30 a.m. Eastern, aka when the New York Stock Exchange opens, is the most intense. So if your strategy demands the most intense action, well, then you would want to be around at 9:30 a.m. I do know for a lot of people, though, they're like, no, I don't want the most intense action. I just want to sit back and wait for things to kind of chill out a little bit. But that's where everybody's different. All right, I almost forgot about this order down here. If I start talking like I don't remember that I have this, please just like blow up the chat. Like, hey, baboon, you got an order out there. All right, here we go. That was kind of nasty. Wow. Acted like, looking again, the sellers smacked back down. 4 bounces in a row, smacked down. Baboom, not baboom, baboon. Wait, not baboon, baboom. All right, here we go. Maybe. Looking for an entry at that green line. Whoa, hey, all right, I'm in. I'll take that little scalpy scalp. I'll take that. Well, oh, man. Beautiful. You're beautiful. All right. Next scalpy scalp down there at that green line. Maybe I shouldn't have scalpy scalp. If this thing shoots straight back up, I'll be sitting here saying, doggone it. But we also have to acknowledge I'm doing some knife catching right now. Now, I think I'm doing wise knife catching. I think my knife catching locations are smart, but it is still knife catching nonetheless. All right, here we go. There we go. Got to be very picky with this. All right, I got to go down here at this point. That may seem far away, but if you traded futures, you know things can get moving, and they can get moving in a hurry. What is this, brothers? 41. Okay. Oh, yeah, boy. All right, I like it. I like it right here. Again, there's no such thing as a guarantee, but I will say I like the chances that I can get a bounce from there. Personally, I don't like counter trading. Well, I don't think I am counter trading. I know that doesn't make any sense. I know, but it does. It does. Maybe that'll be the topic for tonight's mentorship. Mentorship, I do offer mentorship. Tuesday nights are when we have our weekly live class. I don't know, maybe that'll be the topic. About how, actually, I would argue I am not counter trading right now. We'll see. We'll see what happens, though. For any of you that are part of the mentorship, I'm not promising that. I'm just thinking out loud. Okay. Dangerous trade, though, nonetheless. No, hey. No, you're not supposed to do that yet. Now, what would be nice, though, is if this does give me a hammer, and then the next candle immediately just drops down. I'll like that. I'll like that. I got out too quick on the bounce. Did you get out where you said you would get out? Or are you just using hindsight to say you got out? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Hey, I'm out. Okay, okay. Did everybody just see that? My order just disappeared from the screen. Did anybody see that? I didn't just imagine that, did I? Like my order literally disappeared from the screen for a second. Man, this is the nice thing about the... Do not gaslight me right now. I could have sworn my order, that green line disappeared for a brief moment. Did anybody see that? I saw some glitch. Okay. Well, some of you did. So either some of you had your heads turned or you're trying to gaslight me right now. But I'm not. I'm actually being serious. Please don't gaslight me. If you saw it, don't be like, I didn't see anything. No, be honest. Don't be a dent. Okay, Todd saw it too. Okay, Jeff saw it. Thank you. Gotta love it when my own mod. Well, to be fair, maybe they weren't gaslighting. Maybe they truly didn't see it. Okay, all right, Jim. So you were not gaslighting. You were just you were just saying you literally didn't see it. Fair enough. Well, now I'm a little nervous. I'm a little nervous to put something out there when. I mean, I've had it like kind of. I don't even like refresh. I don't even know the description. All right, cool, Mark. I caught 2 trades in the move down. Let me explain why I don't always post my trades at a time. I'm very well. Yeah, no. No. Patient trader, you have built up a track record where you are not. You're good. You're good. No need to take time out of your day to email that. But I appreciate it. But yeah, not required for your sake. I'm wondering about a long potentially down here. I will try it. You know, let's do this instead. Let's see it come down here, and then if it wants to bounce back up, I'll take a swing at it. There we go. So long at the green line. Who's calling? All right. All right, never mind on that one. All right, well, I'm glad I waited for confirmation because that thing just kept dropping. Oh, no, it didn't hit 41, did it? Nope, it didn't. I would not have been filled. I would have been very close to have gotten filled there, but not filled. So that makes me feel better because that's where the glitch happened. So I cancel it out. But I was at 41.5, so it did not. It would have been oh so close, but would not have filled me. Have you ever seen any train videos or manual on brokers, back end chart, and account software? I can do so wild stuff on a wholesale level, just like you can with a kill hot button. Bob, I'm not sure what you're saying. Neil is dying. I don't think I can. Is this how this works? Let's see. There we go. Ooh. See, again, now going long here, I don't like that anymore because think about now what I'm doing. I'm buying after what? After a failed bounce, right? That's what this upper shadow represents. It was bouncing. Now it's totally failed. I'm not looking to get long after, into a failed bounce. When it's just dropping, fine. But like this here, no thanks. Your comment cracked me up. Which comment? All right, this next line I'm interested in is down here. This is a pivot point, right? I think. Or is that the previous session close? I don't know what. No, that's. Okay, I'm sorry. That's not a pivot point. That's the previous session. I could have sworn that was a different orange. Anyways, regardless, I am interested here. This is the previous session close. Wow. Well, this action here suckered in some people. It almost got me. Almost got me. I was thinking, okay, maybe some sort of bottom here. Clay, why don't you just get short? Because I don't know where to be fair, I suppose. I mean, it's easy in hindsight to say, oh, I should have shorted here. Well, that's because I know I have a bias that's confirmed, that's where I know what's happened next. But yeah, I still don't. I don't really see anything here that I could have worked with because this move came up and then that fast it was back down. So from a shorting standpoint, Stuff that have compliance staff that hits all kinds of circuits and knocks out trades, or as I learned back in options trading, they bust a leg of a comp. Okay, I'm still not sure what are you getting at. Are you getting at that like there's a massive conspiracy against retail traders? No. Okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to be dented, but like I am trying to trade, trying to talk, trying to read. So my mind has like 40 different things going on. So I can't necessarily always give like full brain power to try to comprehend some of your messages. So I'm not trying to be a dent on purpose. I realize I am being a dent because I'm not understanding what you're saying, but that's not intentionally. All right, maybe some sort of short here. If this is a dead cat bounce. Oh boy, Travis. Oh boy. Travis found himself some new friends to hang around, apparently. He's out there researching the mystical MM. I think he's been hanging out around on too many penny stock message boards. Next, Travis is going to be sitting here talking about naked shorting. Okay, I am now bearish biased, looking for a short. Now, if this is the start of some sort of V-shape straight back up, it will not be pleasant for me. But I'm trying to play the odds and think that the overall trend will eventually win out. They're softer on the back end, has kill buttons to limit their book liabilities. Gotcha. Really? Just now, Anthony? You just had a glitch? I mean, that would make sense because I just had that, I don't know, what, 5 minutes ago when it kind of glitched out on me and my order out there just disappeared for a moment. All right, I mean, yes. Okay. All right. Well, proceed with caution, folks. It sounds like if you're with Tradeovate right now, maybe they're having a couple issues. Anthony could not get out of an order. That's scary. Hey, good morning, Danny. Oh, that's a bummer. Glad it was still a profitable trade, but never fun when you're losing drawdown. Well, now I'm a little skeptical here. I don't know. My instincts are telling me just wait several minutes. See if anybody else in the chat reports any issues. But then my YouTube live stream voice is like, no, you got to keep trading, keep trading, keep trading. Shorting at 520. Stop at 500. That doesn't make any sense. If you're shorting at 520, your stop would be above 520. So I think Christian, you got a typo in there somewhere. I heard Windows 11 could interfere with trades. I say it with all due respect, but when it comes to the internet and people that I don't know who you are, and then that you combine that with I heard, I'm always a little skeptical. I hope you don't take any offense to that, but that's kind of my policy towards strangers on the internet. All right. Maybe a short. Again, if this is going to be a V-shape and just go straight back up, then it will be a losing trade. Wow, okay. I was going to put in order to get short down here, and wait for confirmation, but it's just still going right back up. All right, well. Going to throw a short order up at that red line. See if it wants to come up a little bit more. I'm shoring. Stop account roast. Kidding. Oh, you're shorting. Stop account roast. Hey, you know, sometimes that's got its place. Don't be silly. I'm still going to send it. I'm not sure if that place is like all the time, but yeah, no, I get it. Sometimes it's just, if it dies, it dies. I'd go as far as saying I've never had trade interfering glitches since I started. Well, Patrick, you may all of a sudden, the future prop firm trade gods you may have just showed up on the radar. Oh, really, Patrick? Well, let's show you how it's done. Again, I have an order to get short at the red line. Thinking that this is a dead cat bounce, but if this is the V-shaped recovery, well, it will be a losing trade. Yep, now one trade, yes, yes. Here comes some nightmares for you. Again, looking to get short at the red line. Maybe being a little too, I could probably. Man, that's still a 20-point stop. Yeah, we got some movement out here, boy. Yeah, I got plenty of green on the day. Let's see if it wants to come down. Again, we'll get short at the red line, but it's got to first come down to the red line. Now, if this pushes up here through the crosshair, I'm no longer interested. And all right, no longer interested. Okay, let's go back to this this plan here then. Kind of tempted for a short right there. But then if I put my stop up here, now my stop is right in front of this whole congestion. So kind of not a clean spot now. Guess it is what it is. All right, let's get that order. All right, short at the red line. Wow, okay. Again, if this is just a V shape and it's going to just go green, 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 so be it. It will be a losing trade. Here we go, here we go, here we go, getting close. Come on, a little bit more. Maybe I should be getting short right here at these levels. I'm going to try to go with the VWAP. Oh, how did you not? All right, I'm in. No, and it's blinking. All right, out with the scalpy scalp. I just can't do it. You know that I cannot deal with the blinking blue line. I know how to fix it, which is the good thing. But let me quick fix this real quick. Take it off screen. So we'll do this little commercial break real quick as I get logged back in. But yeah, that's a deal breaker for me. I cannot deal with a blinking blue line. So let's get logged back in. Hello. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think Tradovate's maybe a little bit on the struggle bus right now. Even that took a little while to load up. But maybe I just have a confirmation bias right now against Tradovate, to be fair. All right. We are back in action, and it should not blink anymore, in theory. In theory, it should not blink if it gets hit. But I might try, I will try another trade. If this wants to come up here and come back down, I'll probably take a, ooh, that's a nice candle right there. In. Good. No blinking blue line. That's good. But a beautiful candle here. We'll see if it wants to deliver. Come on, hit that first target. Come to, there we go. Good. Okay. This will be a green trade. Let's see if we can get that next one hit. Come on. Come down some more. Hit that next target. Come on. Again, green trade no matter what at this point, so that's always a good feeling. Oh, you dirty rat. You're going to come all the way up and stop, and it stopped me out. Well, I tried to get that second one, but as you saw, it got oh so close and then bounced all the way back up to take me out. But, hey, I was positioned where if that thing did decide to all of a sudden just poop its pants and go straight down, I was ready to profit from the... I was ready to profit. Hey, Ace, good to see you. We got snow here. Did not get snowed in or anything. Well, I don't know about that, Bob. If they truly hated it, they would probably just not allow it. That would be my logic. Good to hear. I'm currently traveling. Oh, I think there's... Hey, I am Sir Dantis. That's little control they have. Gotcha. Roger that, Bob. I mean, the 5 minute still is just saying this thing wants to roll over. Again, no guarantees, but goodness. So I'm still quite bearish biased right now. Oh, I know. Why did you get so tight with your stop? That I know. In hindsight, yeah, maybe I got a little too tight, but had I kept it up here and then had this bounce come up here and taken it out, then I'd be saying, man, why did I get so greedy with my stop? But yeah, if anybody's still short right now, I like that 5 minute. The 5 minute is looking pretty delicious. Great risk management. Yeah, I know. I manage it just as I should have. I was positioned to take advantage if that thing did decide to roll over. It didn't. It is what it is. Not every single one's going to go perfectly in your favor. Well, I mean, I don't really care that I get it, Patrick. I'm just glad I know how to fix it. And to be fair, I don't know. It happens maybe once a week. 5. You can have up to 5 pro accounts at Take Profit Trader active, that is. You can have 10 past accounts sitting in the background, but activated pro accounts to copy trade, the max is 5. And again, those accounts that you're storing in the background, at Take Profit Trader, there's no monthly fee. So you could have, in theory, 20 past accounts locked and loaded just in case you roast any of your pros. And as those accounts are just sitting there, there are no monthly fees attached to them. All right, Bob, sounds good. All right, maybe another short coming up here. So in my ideal world, this candle closes green somewhere right around here. The next candle starts and immediately goes up here, bumps its head, and comes back down. I will look to grab a short, stop over the high right there. That's my ideal world filled with leprechauns and Sour Patch Kids. I don't know if I'll get that, but that's what I would love to see. Oh my goodness. I just can't stare at that terminology. I got to just get that out of there. I can't deal with it. I can't. No matter how good your strategy, when you get punched in the face, you will question your position. That is very true, Fitty. Can you copy trade? Yes. Yep. You can copy trade test. In fact, I know that's what Mark does. I don't know if he's still here, but he always likes to, again, this just illustrates how everybody's different. Mark, like, okay. No, I wanted you to come up here. So step 1 was complete, green candle, but you all heard me. I wanted to see it come up here and bump its head. This one, it just stopped, and then, this candle stopped, this one just dropped straight down. So I couldn't work with that. I wanted to, I described what I wanted to see. But yeah, so Mark, that's what he does. He'll copy trade his 4. Why he doesn't do 5, that's just, again, personal preference. But yeah, he'll copy trade. Oh, Mark's here. Yeah, so he does 4, and that way he can pass them quicker to get 4 pro accounts. And when you copy trade, it does also spread out the risk. Because you could, if you're doing 5 accounts and each one has 1 NQ or 2 NQs, well then technically you're trading 10 NQs, but your risk is spread out as if you're only trading 2 NQs per account. So yes, copy trading is dangerous in the sense of if you have a really bad trade and then you're copying that to your other ones, that bad trade is happening everywhere. But it also, you can spread out the risk. Like I said, if you're doing 2 NQs per account and you're doing 5, well, as a holistically, you're now trading 10 NQs, which is actually quite aggressive. But per account, it's actually only 2 NQs. So you are spreading out that risk. Doggone it. Like I said, it did not behave the way I wanted to see it behave. But hey, if you're short right now, congrats. Good job, Orville. Hey, Versace. All right, I'm going to log out up 400, but tradable great. Okay, yeah, Evil Shaddix. I hear you. It does seem as though Tradovate is having some issues right now. What do you think is better? Guaranteed $20 per hour with health benefits or go all in trading with no guaranteed but unlimited upside? That's a false dilemma fallacy. Because it's not an either or. Take the $20 per hour with health benefits and then do futures trading because futures are open around the clock for the most part. And then, figure out, turn yourself into a well-oiled machine in the trading world. And then you can kick that job to the curb as you build other streams of income. So it's not an either or. Do both. Trump's live right now. Can we confirm, is Trump live right now? Anthony says so, but I always like to get a little bit more confirmation. Can we get more confirmation? Is Trump live right now? That is the pressing question on the table. Well, I know you said so, Anthony. I'm asking other people for verification, you dent. Nobody else is verified. We have one data point. That's not good enough. Okay, there we go. He is confirmed. But he's not on CNBC. All right. I don't know, Joseph. I know they can. They have a little bit more rules. That's why I like Take Profit Trader. Very, very clean set of rules. Very, very no pictures required type of payout process, Joseph. So that would be your question asked in tongue in cheek. Is exactly why I'm more of a fan of Take Profit Trader. Clay, does gold have been looking? Yeah, Johnny, you need to change the contract. You're using an outdated contract. I had that last week. I'm like, what is gold's problem? You need to go to the newest contract. He's taking questions. Okay, so if you want to risk having the price explode against you, Trump is speaking right now. That threat does exist. To be fair, you also might get paid very nicely if he says something that sends the market skyrocketing in your favor. But there is the unknown factor right now of Trump is speaking. So do what you want. I really like this setup right now. I'm not going to take because of Trump, but like a short right there, stop over these highs. Man, that's beautiful. But that setup could turn against me in a hurry if Trump says something not good. How does one copy trade? Well, depends on the prop firm and the platform. If you're using Tradeovate has a built-in copy trader. So if you have 5 accounts, then you would group them together. And then grouped accounts all, behave as one. Where is he live? Fox is what people are saying. Yeah, see here, Fiddy, your problem is that's not going to work. I'm going all in. Do it. The pressure is going to pop your head like a pimple. If you're trading to pay the bills, the pressure is going to pop your head like a pimple. If you have kids, then the pressure becomes that much more. If you have a wife, the pressure becomes that much more. So no, none of this tough guy. Screw it, man. No. That's called stupidity. That's called testosterone/ego-filled stupidity. The smart thing to do is to take the $20 an hour and health benefits, and while you work that, you figure out trading. That would be the wise way to go about it. Dude. Okay, Fiddy, you're new here. Last warning. I have 6 kids. 5, many of them are learning to read. At any moment, please talk as if one of them could run in the room and start reading the chat, okay? Please speak as though that is the case, because it is. Hold up, you can trade more than one account. I did not know that at all. Yes, it's called copy trading. With Take Profit Trader, you can have up to 5 accounts and copy them. So that trade right there depends on your strategy. If you're looking for it to roll over, did not roll over. Scalping would have been fine. But again, this is just, Trump's talking. So it's just a good setup can all of a sudden turn against you pretty quickly if he just does something that... CDP, don't even start. I don't want to hear that, man. There's nothing that triggers me more than somebody that just armchair quarterback give their thoughts, but they have no faith in their thoughts. What is my proof that they have no faith in their thoughts? They're not putting any skin in the game. They're not putting their money on the line. They're just sitting there yapping. And then when they show up and say, see, I warned about that. Dude, just stop. That's the most annoying thing. We can all sit there and flap our lips when we're not willing to put our money where our mouth is. That's not hard to do, and it drives me insane. I will own that trigger point all day long. Right? I mean, nobody likes an armchair quarterback. At the end of the day, right? When you're driving, does anybody really like the person in the back seat, a backseat driver, you know? Of course not. He's asking Americans to leave the Middle East. Got it. Yeah, so the way copy trading works is this. Some of you, I guess, are apparent. So if you take one trade and let's just say you make $200 on it, but then you copy it to your 4 other accounts, well, that means you made that $200 all these times on all these other accounts. So one time on one account you made 200, but you copied it to these other ones. So technically you made that $200 5 times, meaning at the end you would be up $1,000. So again, you can see also the threats though. If on this trade you lose your mind and go on tilt, well, now all of a sudden you have gone on tilt on all these accounts too. So give and take, give and take. How does the payout come? I think that, I don't know. Mine is just direct ACH. I think they give you like options for PayPal and stuff like that too. Started your trading futures for beginners video yesterday. Thanks for all the... Oh, you're welcome, Santino. Hopefully they're helping. Hey, if you're enjoying, hit that like button. Was hoping we'd be up over 100 likes, but we're close. So if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, that would be appreciated. Clay, how to turn on overnight low. So HD, were you just going to be the guy that just spams that comment 4,000 times? I mean, you just did it 4 comments above. Just cut me a little slack. A little slack. I'm trying to take it one message at a time. Correct. You did 2 comments within 4 messages of one another. Oh my goodness. You did 1 comment and then you let 4 other messages happen and then you did it again. So you hit enter, you saw 4 other messages show up and then you did it again. That's like 0 patience. I'm enjoying you. I'm not smacking anybody around. I'm just trying to help people out. And if you're going to show up saying, screw the 9 to 5, just go all in trading, that's not going to work. Okay? It's not going to work. What kind of loser's attitude is that? Then go for it. And just remember who the loser was that tried to warn you when the pressure is popping your head like a pimple. Shout out TBT. I requested payout at 7:09 as was approved. Let's go. Look at that. Take Private Trader. Requested payout at 7:09 p.m. and was approved at 7:11. Beautiful. That is fast. 2 minutes later, approved. What's HD Transit? Are you still here, HD Transit? Hey, James. Thomas. Hey, good to see you. That is true. I think that might be. Yeah, I don't know if that's an oxymoron or not. Yes, if you are self-entitled or not patient, oh boy. Yes, I use Tradeovate, correct. Trend Vantage. So much congestion on the 5-minute right now. But once more, we do have the Trump variable. And as much as I love me charts, I absolutely love charts. I'm not a Kool-Aid drinker. I have no problem admitting that, yes, when somebody like Trump is talking, a chart is limited in its application because all it takes is one comment, one something, and the chart can be just do completely, something different. So, oh, that's true, patient trader. He did not provide enough context. That is true. That is a possibility. So HD Trans is not here. I was gonna answer your question, my friend. Well, I don't know why I'm talking to him, but it's just amazing. That's the stuff that'll drive me nuts. Asks the question, gives it 4 messages to show up, copies and pastes his question again. I say, hey man, just cut me a little slack. And then I do come back to it a couple minutes later and he's gone. See, that's the stuff that'll make me just retire from live streaming. The serve me now. And if you don't serve me now, you're a jerk and I'm out of here. That's the stuff. Like, yeah, it's not fun when people like rip on me if I take a losing trade, kind of poke. Okay, that's not fun, but like whatever. It is what it is. But that's the sort of stuff that all right, here we go. I could see a short here, but again, we're right at that line. Yes, Capped. I don't know if Jimbo is here, but Jimbo is a real life friend that is into trading. I don't know. Maybe I'll just do smaller size, and if anything, we'll turn this into a learning experience on why not to talk when Trump is. But okay, I'm going to get short at the red line. I'm in. Come down. See if it can hit my first target. How did that not fill me? Thank you. What kind of dentedness is this? Okay. Stop at break even now. So let's see if we can get some more continuation down. Or is it just going to come right back up? Come on. Come back down. And then I'll start to move my stop down as it comes down. There we go. Oh, and there we go. Stopped out there. Nice little winner. Again, I had to kind of tread carefully because Trump is speaking. So there you go, Cat Monkey. Jim, right in the chat. He is a real life friend that is into trading. Scalp for you. Tradeovate still acting weird. Orders taking too long to show up. Fill. All right, noted. So maybe that was stupid on my decision to have put in that trade. I'm trying to counterbalance it, which is using smaller size. Made $100 in that short with your pro account, Jim. All right. I can feel it. Jim's gonna get a payout on this pro account. I can feel it in my bones. Is this the only chart you're looking at? I have another screen over here with other time frames. So, no, this is not, excuse me, this is not the only chart I'm looking at. There it is. Where is it? I'm going to go something like that. I'm going to keep an eye on this trend line. Is this the trend line that maybe serves as a leading indicator that the price is about to enter into this void and potentially pick up some more selling pressure? I don't know. That's kind of what I just want to keep an eye on it, and we'll see how the price continues to behave around it. But that's kind of just my general thought process right now, but we'll have to see. How are people's days going so far, though? I know I asked it within like the first 5 minutes of the live stream, but we're going on about 90 minutes in. So how are people's days going? Red, green, great, terrible, blue an account, passed an account, qualified for a payout? Where everybody's, where's days at so far? Good overall for Mark. Gringo, green. Yes, that seems to be a very important trend line. Oh, yep. We'll see. I don't know if it is or not, but good, ready to trade. Loyal Wiz. Oh, no. No. What happened, Loyal? That's terrible. Thank you for your transparency, though. Green on 6 funded accounts, blue on eval. All right, that's good enough trade-off. No trades yet. Down 200. Meh. Uh-oh. Had a beautiful short on AMD that got 2 hours, so I moved that. Dude, Tim Norris, why are you day trading stocks, man? Day trading stocks is garbage. Mathematically provable. You are using way more capital than's needed. You're taking on way more risk, and you need really big moves to make anything worthwhile. Tim, you gotta get into day trading futures in a prop firm, man. The math says you are being very inefficient. Trailing drawdown copy. Ah, yeah, that can sneak up sometimes. Neil plus 12. Oh, good job, Neil. Garbanzo beans. I just signed. Well, no, Tim. Are you funding NinjaTrader with your own funds, or are you using a prop firm, Tim? I'm glad you made that step into futures, Tim. Fantastic. But there's still a potential pitfall that I would like for you to consider. Stop. What is going on right now?
Hi, Clay. This is Robin with Dom Dental.
I got dentist, not dent. Well, I guess it is a dentist office for teeth cleanings. I got goodness. Okay, yeah, but Tim, see, you're doing it backwards. So you're going to try to get comfortable with futures trading your own funds? That I assure you, everyone else, please chime in. Would you agree that Tim is thinking about this backwards? Well, hey, before I get into prop firms and before I do that, let me figure it out with my own cash. It should definitely be, you want to flip that around. Because let's say you make a mistake. And just for example's sake, your mistake is $2,000. Well, if that's your mistake with prop firm or with futures, that's $2,000. With a prop firm, the $2,000 mean you did violate that rule, so they'll take the account away from you. But how much did you actually lose out of your own pocket? It was just $119. So as you figure stuff out, I'd rather have mistakes cost you $119 as opposed to $2,000. All right, we're at that trend line here. Thank you, everyone, for chiming in. Yes, my friend, you are going about this the opposite way. All right, let's see what happens here. All right, if this wants to come back down, I'm going to try a short right there. See if we can get some momentum through the trend line here. And only getting short at the red line if the price wants to come back down to me. Looking for a continue. So the trend line did break, but seeing if it wants to, if it comes back down. Okay, if it comes up here, yeah, that's a little bit too much. All right, never mind for now. Back to the drawing board. Looking like maybe a faulty break. Yep. All right. Back to the drawing board. Long 519. Stop. You doing all right, Loyal Wiz, or are you on tilt right now, do you think? I mean, you've blown 5 pros, like, so I could see potentially some tilt. Well, the live stream is continuing, Ice. So yes, as of now, it is doing the live stream is worth my time. Have you ever been here at the end of a live stream, Ice? Because I sort of talk about this every single live stream, but I understand not everybody's always here at the very end. No, gotcha. Yes, as I end every live stream, and I tell people, I get very blunt and transparent. With 6 kids, if I'm going to take 4 hours out of my day, it would make me a very bad father if I'm taking 4 hours out of my day to just go do something where there's no really monetary value. So that's why I always tell people, if you want the live stream to continue, then it's got to be worth my time. And the way to make it worth my time is to use code CLAY, which makes it worth my time and you get a discount. So it's a win-win for everybody because you're getting an advantage or you're getting a deal from the prop firm. So to answer your question, yes, I'm still here. Therefore, not only am I still here, but there are no YouTube ads. So as of now, it is still worth my time to be doing this. So yes, if you want the live stream to continue, and if you want it to continue without any YouTube ads, so if you want an ad-free experience, then yes, code CLAY. So as of now, yes, it is, I am making enough income in order to not only keep the live stream going, but also keep it going without any YouTube ads turned on. So thank you to all of you that have used code CLAY and continue to do so. Because I can't sit here and say that as much as I enjoy it, I really do. It's fun to talk to people from around the world. Like I said, I can't. Now, if I was a single guy, then like, who cares? Like, yeah, do whatever you want with your time. It's you. But as a father of 6 kids, it's not really my, quote unquote my time anymore. So I gotta be wise with it. Took trendline breakout but failed. Took trendline breakout. Oh, breakdown? I guess in my world I call that a breakdown. I'm still interested in potentially a short. We'll see if this wants to get rejected. The problem here is now the trend lines. I mean, look at this. There is so much stuff here. You have the trend line. You have the VWAP. You have the overnight high. You have the 200 period moving average. You have the 21 EMA. There is so much stuff. So, but yeah, if it can clear down through all this quote unquote stuff, get down to right around, I don't know, 513, I could see a short at 513. There is no such thing as a straight to eval. Straight to funded still has a test built in. Because straight to eval does not mean that from day one you can get a payout. No, you still have to meet certain rules, etc., and get to certain amounts. So there is still a test phase even within that sort of stuff. Anonymous. But to answer your question, it is the evaluation. But also just to help you provide a little clarity, you seem to think that straight to funded means, hey, I get to skip the test phase. There are no test phases. No. There's a test phase still built into your funded account. Just an FYI. All right, maybe do we try another rejection off the purple line? I don't know, this time. Maybe we get a second, or I guess really technically a third rejection. There was rejection 1, there was rejection 2. I'm not sure I'm quite as confident of a third rejection. No, you don't need a code for NinjaTrader. And Lizard King, I don't know where you're at, but if you're planning on using NinjaTrader and funding your own cash, I would say maybe reconsider that. The math suggests you should maybe not go about things that way. But no, there is no code for NinjaTrader. Because NinjaTrader is not actually a prop firm. They're just a flat-out broker. Well, I would have been okay anyways because I would have waited for confirmation, which would have had my order or my entry down here, and it never came down. So, yeah, I would have been safe either way. But yeah, target price hit. Nice job, Loyal. What platform? You get to pick. So the way Take Profit Trader works is you select your account or your purchasing power. Again, use code CLAY, gets you the 30% off, $0 activation fee, and then on your first payout, they will refund that amount back to you. But after you do that, then they'll ask you what platform do you want to use. And they have a bunch of platforms you can use. The one I'm using is Tradovate. But yeah, they have NinjaTrader, they've got TradingView, so several that you can pick from. Slow and steady grind right now, so just kind of got to definitely sit on my hands. Going with Pam's plant. Great. Yes, then Lizard King. The code is for Take Profit Trader. So the code you use with Take Profit Trader to get that deal. And then through Take Profit Trader, if you want to use NinjaTrader, you would just select NinjaTrader. All right. The upwards move continues. Is Trump still speaking? Anonymous. I use Take Profit Trader and Tradovate. He's still talking? Okay, thank you. No huevos for me today for some reason. What's huevos? Nerves? Guts? Balls? What's that mean? Eggs? Means egg. No, there's no way that means eggs. Oh wait, I think it does. Huevos? Yeah. It means ball. Is it? Yeah, it's got to probably mean balls. I am the Lizard King. I can do anything. Jim Morrison. I would not have picked that up. Eggs, but slang balls. All right, gotcha. Yeah, I just got to sit here right now. To get short, I don't really see any short setups. I guess I could potentially try a position build, but that seems a little sketchy right now. And to get long right now seems like an absolute chase. So that is why right now I'm just sitting on my hands. Deploying the order type that should be used most often than not. And this one right here, the SOH order. Sit on hands. That is oftentimes the best order and the one you should use most often. If you find yourself trading every 15 seconds, you know, it's not a for sure thing, but highly likely that you're probably over trading. Because yeah, a lot of trading is just sitting and waiting, being patient, waiting for setups. And right now, this is just, yeah, I don't know what to do with this. Long. Now, to be fair, dude, you said it was chasing right here. You could have gone long. And that's true. In this situation, chasing the price would have yielded a gain. I'm just not quite sure that's a good habit. Buy high, sell higher. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's that easy. The problem is if you buy high and it doesn't go higher, then you might be selling way lower. But in this situation, yes, there's been some buy high, sell higher opportunities. I place good entries, but never let them play out. Yeah, that's part of trade management. Easier said than done. I think the hardest part of trading, not necessarily, I think a lot of people would say, and I understand, would be, well, honoring your stop. That's the hardest part. Cutting a loss, that's the hardest part. I think the hardest part, at least for me, is letting a winner win. Not taking green too soon. Oh, there's green. Let me take it. I think letting winners win, letting a position play out, letting a position make you more money. I think that is the hardest thing in trading. And then you sit there and you're like, oh, that's great. That futures contract just moved 40 points. Oh, great. I made 3 points on it because you didn't let it win. So that is what I think is the hardest thing for trading. But if you're like, no, Clay, I'm dying on the hill of it's hardest to just cut a loss, keep a loss small, I can see that too. But man, just sitting there and letting something work for you and letting that green get bigger and bigger and bigger, it's not the easiest thing because the human mind, as soon as you see green, it's like, let me just take that green. All right, maybe a short starting to take place here somewhere. Let's see. I'm up 26,000 on the morning. Cool. Well, try harder next time. Watch what I can type. Watch what I can type. There you go. You're up 26K. I'm up 2.6 billion. And it's true because I typed it. Oh, Loyal Wiz is up 2.7 billion. Darn it. Well, let me go out there and try to make another 100 million real quick. Oh, Kevin's up 3 billion. There you go, Nated. All right, maybe a little bit of a pullback here. Still tricky with Trump talking, but trying to be patient. Trying to be patient. Try not to force anything. No, come on. Let's. We all know he's just joking around. We all know that's not true. So don't take too much space up trying to. Trump is just rambling on. No, that's not. Trump doesn't ramble. What are you talking about? Trump and rambling in the same sentence? What are you talking about? Oh, yeah. You were here for Ashner, huh? I wonder what Ashner's up to. Good old Ashner. He's starting to vaguely fade, but yeah, I remember. Yes, I do remember Ashner now. Up 130 and happy. Well, good job. If that 130 was created with good habits, fantastic. That's what matters most in the big picture. Oh, Peppa. Oh my goodness. Peppa, that's a blast from the past. I don't remember anything about Peppa, but I do remember the name all of a sudden. Yeah, what a blast from the past. Clay, the type of guy to get jealous when someone else is doing better than him. Yes, that. Well, no, you're not. I made 2.6 billion. You only made 26,000. Did you see the message I typed? But I'm not even doing it. Somebody made like 77 trillion today or tomorrow or something. Ashner and Dancer and Don. We could. Like all some of the famous trolls, we could totally make a Christmas story about that. He's still around. But I think he goes in kind of seasons with his work. Because he's like, I don't know. I think he's some sort of accountant. So like, it just depends on if I don't know if it's his firm, but yeah, he's still around. He is within the pattern that I'm used to. Well, he'll show up when things slow down, then he kind of just disappears. Razorback AJ, he didn't specify currency, maybe 26. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, patient just made enough. That's the cool thing about the internet. You can just type numbers. But I want to be fair to him too. Maybe he did. Maybe he's like a really good trader. But what I found is a lot of people like that, they can never really map out a trade plan ahead of time. But maybe he's like a baller, and he'll give us a trade plan ahead of time. I want to try to be fair. Oh yeah, you're Matt, man. You were way far behind. You might want to just quit. If you're only up 1,000 on the day, you might as well just quit. Yeah, Sergio might have to be Rudolph. He is the infamous one. All right. I did think about this pullback, but it's just still too far up over this 21 EMA, which is that green line right there. If the 21 EMA wants to try to catch up to it, that'd make it a little bit easier. But that is what ultimately just had me decide against trying to get long. But in hindsight, that was the wrong decision because this is a great little movement right here. But yeah, I didn't feel comfortable with that, so just kind of trying to let things play out. I'm up one bowl of cereal, cry at my amazing gains. So your bowl of cereal needs no milk because it's got your tears. You're having some tears with your cereal. All right, is this maybe a short here? I'm going to try it. Basically a double top here. Unless this thing just keeps coming up, then yeah. Then never mind. All right, it keeps going higher, so looking like a never mind on that one. I really hope this does not turn into some sort of 4-hour cabinet meeting where he's going to just be... These are the days that really just start to grind my gears. I don't know, Matt, man. I don't know, man. I mean, you're only at $1,000 today. I mean, by the way, anybody, this is a live stream filled with sarcasm. So, of course, I was not being serious. $1,000 in a day is absolutely amazing. All right. Okay, in. Short. Beautiful candle. Let's see if it can deliver. Trump just started twerking. Next. That might be AI. That could be AI you're watching right now. Nice candle here. Taking shape. I like it a lot. Let's see if it wants to deliver, though. Put my stop up there. And we'll see if this does indeed want to deliver. It was AI. Yeah, AI, it's getting tricky. All right, let's see if this puppy wants to come back on down. Beautiful candle. Now it's just a question of does the candle want to deliver? If it doesn't, it will be a losing trade, and I'll just have to find something else. Now it's a question of if it comes back down, do I want to add some more? Maybe. Yeah, I will. I'm going to add in another 2 if it comes back down at this point. Add to a winner, but it looked like I might get stopped out. Again, this green line up here is my stop, so I am very close. I'm looking to add to a winner because my blue line is the average if it comes back down, but looking like now I'm about to get stopped. Stopped. All right. Do you leverage multiple take profit accounts? If do I copy trade? I do not copy trade, Tim, if that's what you mean by leverage multiple accounts. Do I have multiple accounts? Yes, I have multiple accounts. I'm not copy trading them. Tough shorting, low volume, grind higher. Well, I mean, you don't really know if it's a grind higher until it grinds higher. That's the problem. Like right here was a nice little short. Thinking maybe I might get another one of those, especially kind of false breakout. I like 50Ks and 150K accounts. Nice. Down 460 on the day. Well, if that is coming from good discipline and good rule following and all that sort of stuff, then I agree, Abel. That's good. A $460 red day with good habits is a million times better than a $460 green day with bad habits. Because eventually those bad habits are going to catch up to you. And eventually good habits are going to produce what you want. So, yes, Abel. No shame there. $460 red, if with good habits, more power to you. Good stuff. Good discipline trade. Yeah, thanks. It's easy to be disciplined when it's, you keep your risk controlled just via position size too. So that was a very modest position size just because I understand the context. It's getting a little sketchy, but that was a nice setup. I'll take that trade all day long. Every time I see it, I'm taking it. That one just didn't happen to work out. How do you deal with trailing? By just taking profits, by scalping. Not sitting there saying, I want a grand slam or die. If you get green, then either take that green or get aggressive with your stop and start moving it down. Follow it down with your stop, maybe a little bit more aggressive than normal. And then once the trailing drawdown stops, then you can go do whatever. But yes, the trailing drawdown is the enemy of the I want a grand slam trade, people. Because if you're staring at, up $2,000, but you're like, I'm not happy with 2,000, I want 5,000. It's like, okay, well then a trailing drawdown could be a problem. But if you're like, hey, there's $500 gains, okay, that's good. That's good. Let me just lock that in real quick. Or at least let me start to get aggressive and move my stop in the direction of it. Yeah. Which is also, that might be a faulty premise. Like, is that even trading? If you show up and you're like, I only want home runs or grand slams, you could probably argue, well, Clay, I reject your premise that that's even a trader, that's even trading. That's just gambling at that point, which I would say, okay, that's a fair point. Hello, Rubely. I don't know. I'm just experimenting here, so don't judge me too harshly, but are we starting to get a rising wedge here? I think we might be, which is one of the favorite patterns here on the stream. Nope. Wait. What happened down there? Threw off my angle. There we go. Well, I would say that was a rising wedge, but hey, couldn't you have just waited for me to get the trend line in place before you just did it beautifully? Well, there is the rising wedge once again. So if you noticed that before I did, no, it doesn't make you sketch, Fitty. It just forces you to not be greedy, to take gains. It forces you to not sit there and fall into the degenerate trap of, yeah, I'm looking at $3,000 in gains right now, but I want 10. That's what it's making you sketchy against, which I would argue is a good thing. Well, for anybody that noticed the rising wedge, I mean, even if you're not a scalper, that thing on the break right there was about 600 all the way down to there. I mean, yeah, nice 15-point potential scalp right there. And it still may come back down, but I was sometimes the market has a sense of humor. As I'm trying to draw it in, it played out. Only took that short, loved it. Good job. Even professional pokers know that the line. Well, I don't agree with that. Because if a professional poker player, and excuse me, I don't know that much about poker, but Royal Flush, is that the best hand? You poker player, is Royal Flush the best hand you can get? Yes, okay. Well, now, does Royal Flush mean you will for sure win the hand, or no? Well, let me ask you, what's a hand like? What's a type of what's a hand you could get that gives you a high likelihood of winning, but maybe not a guaranteed win, unless that's also a Royal Flush. Again, I don't know enough. Like, is there such a thing as a hand where you're gonna win? A full house. Okay, so a full house is one where you're not guaranteed to win the hand, but you have a high likelihood. Okay, so going back against even professional poker players know that the longer you sit at the table, the more likely you give it all back. I disagree with that, because if a poker player is sitting at the table and they keep getting full houses, well, they should keep sitting at the table, because odds are still in their favor that they're going to win that hand. So in other words, it has nothing to do with the length of time. It has to do with the quality of the setups. So in trading, that's why I keep trying to hammer home. I don't trade. I don't do anything like I have a profit target. I don't do anything where I'm only going to do 10 trades per day. I do it where, I trade good setups. So good setups mean is like a full house. Is it guaranteed you're going to win? No, but are the odds in your favor? Absolutely. Again, Matt Man, please listen. Some of you just want to argue. That's my point. That's why I wanted a hand that was not a guaranteed win. So if you have a full house, I think professional poker players, if they kept getting full houses, they would sit at the table. That's my point, because they're not trading length of time. They're not playing poker based on a length of time. They would be playing it based on the hands that they get. So in my analogy, the hand you get is like the setup. So if you keep getting full house setups as a trader, I would hope you keep taking those full house setups. Again, not guaranteed to win, but you are taking a good hand. You are taking a good setup. So that's why if I get, 400 full house setups in a day, then as a trader, hopefully I'm taking 400 trades. If the next day I get 3 full house setups, then hopefully I'm only taking 3 trades. I am on team take good setups. Because the flip side of that would be, let's say you have the profit target of like $200. So you hit $200 and then you're done. And then you watch 5 A+ setups go by and you don't take them. Why? Well, because, hey, I'm done for the day. And then the next day you're back to 0. Now let's say on that day, the best you ever get is a B+ setup. Now you have forced yourself to take B+ setups because, well, I got to get up to this $200 goal. So again, that's just where I'm pushing back. The amount of time you trade as a trader is not like the longer you trade, the more you're likely to give it back. No, that's a time-based argument. I say the quality of the setups is what's going to dictate. Now maybe yeah, Clay, but the longer you sit there, the less likely your setup shows up. And that's totally true, but that's still based off of the setup. If you had an 80% chance of winning, would you stop at any point? Of course, exactly. That's my point. If a poker player is going to sit there and continue to get full houses, I'm assuming a professional poker player is just going to keep on playing. Sadly, there is no royal flush. Some of you are some of you this dented? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I think you're just saying. Unfortunately, there are no royal. Never mind. Never mind, Evan. I see. I saw your message up above. I gotcha. That makes more sense. Yeah, I would. Again, I don't know much, but from my understanding, I would play poker. I would never leave the table if I was getting full houses. Again, not because because you're guaranteed to win. Just because as traders, we should take trades with good edges. And in poker, a full house gives you a good quality edge. Some of you are. These are the things where it's like some people just want to argue for the sake of arguing. Yes, advise me about. Fine. That doesn't take away from the point. To take whether well, that royal flush is a 97% chance to win. Well, that one's a 91%. Okay. Can we agree that they're both highly likely to work out? Some of you just like to get down to the weeds for the sake of getting down in the weeds. I know you're agreeing with me. My point is you're arguing about things that are irrelevant to my point. A royal flush is a 10 ace. There is no higher royal flush. Yeah. Anyways, a good conversation. But that is where no, I think what Mattman was probably saying was the longer a professional poker player stays at the table, maybe the less likely that. Well, I don't know. Because poker is kind of random in the sense of like you have no control over what cards you get. Oh, okay. Okay. Fair enough. Advise me about. So this is why, just friendly reminder, if you are talking to somebody else in the chat, if you don't mind like tagging them, that helps me out because then that way I don't think you're talking to me. And then I don't get, bogged down. So try your best, everybody. I love it when people are discussing back and forth. But if you can remember to tag the person you're talking to, that actually makes a big difference on my end of things. Poker, you can get pushed all in and get wrecked. Yeah. But the odds you get wrecked, you have quite a bit of control over. Oh, man. So you're talking about if you're in a trade. Like if you're in a trade and you've hit a good profit target, just take that and at least maybe I see what you're saying. I see, Matt, man. Okay. You were talking about, it's amazing how much a little bit of context makes the difference. Yes, agreed. Agreed, Matt, man. Agreed. Within a trade itself, yes, fully, I hear you. Which is why I like to get my stop loss moving in my direction because I am following exactly what Matt Man is saying. All right, we'll both take some blame on that one because I wasn't wrong with my point, but I was wrong because I wasn't really arguing. But like, yeah. Pendant. Yeah, see, Pete's Trader Peter. That's why I like to use a KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid, because I have no idea what that word is. But you clearly have a bigger vocabulary than I do. Shout out to you. You are smarter than me. It doesn't matter what cards you get in the long run. You need to play the weaker players. Once you aren't one of the best players at the table, you will lose. Yeah, I don't know how to. I can't really venture down any of those rabbit holes because again, I don't play poker. I know very little about it. All I know is that one with Matt Damon is a good movie. Give him his money with John Malkovich, I think is his name. What is that? Rounders? You are giving me the push I need. Well, good, Tim. I appreciate you being open-minded. Some people show up and you suggest to them that, hey, day trading futures through a prop firm, it is better. And some people dig in. No. Day trading, options with 0 DTE is better. There's not even any theta. And I kid you not, we've had it to the point where somebody was so just dug in their ways, so resistant to hear anything else that I kid you not, they made the claim, 0 DTE options don't have any theta. Which, for those of you that maybe don't trade options, that's the equivalent of saying, if I jump in that pool, I'm not going to get wet, and well, the water could be frozen. Okay, in the summer, the water is not frozen. That's the equivalent of saying, if I jump in that pool, I won't get wet. That's the highest theta, exactly. But my point here is this. I applaud Tim because he's at least open-minded, as most people are, to be fair. But some people, boy, I don't know if it's the ego or what, but they dig in and it gets squirrely. Edward Norton was in that movie? I don't remember. I've been wanting to move to futures like... Yeah, there you go, Tim. The one thing, Tim, is do it through a prop firm. The prop firm is the way to definitely, especially in the learning phase. You want to reduce the consequences of your mistakes as much as possible, and that is ultimately the power of a prop firm, is it reduces consequences. I mean, it depends. You go out 45 days, Matt. Now you're losing movement, though, right? So give and take. Yeah, theta's not going to hurt you as much at 45 days out, but as day traders, we want movement, which is why futures are awesome, because you get movement. And not only do you get movement, you get better movement anyways, but you get movement with no theta. All right, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. The rising wedge once again did its job very, very nicely. But I am now curious about that area right there as a potential breakout point. I've never heard of that one. I guess hence your point about it being underrated. I've never even heard of it. So what's the difference of trading futures NQ versus QQQ? Well, with QQQ, you have to use all of your own money. Not to mention, you're going to have to buy probably at least 100 shares to make anything worthwhile. So how much of your capital are you going to need to buy 100 shares of QQQ? Now I'm kind of curious. What is QQQ at right now? Oh yeah, so you're going to need, no, that can't be it. Is that it? Times 100. That is it. Holy smokes, it got even worse. So again, think about it. To buy 100 shares of QQQ, you would need $62,000. And let's just say it goes from here, 623, up to there. So think about that distance. That's $7. So at 100 shares, you made $700. You needed $62,000 to make $700. Well, Clay, you can use leverage. That's true, but now you're at that much more risk because if you're leveraging, let's just say 5,000, and then all of a sudden something goes crazy, leverage working against you is nuts. So and not to mention, it's all of your money on the line. So not only do you need a lot of money, not only do you need bigger movements, all with that, you're still making less money. Whereas with a futures account, and again, anybody that's traded futures, you know that making $700, especially trading NQs, is like, okay, like I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying it's kind of like not impressive. Like it is what it is. What is your average position size in terms of dollars? I don't do that in terms of dollars. That's the nice thing about prop firms, because a prop firm makes the math very, very easy. So they're just telling you right here. So for 119, you can get up to 6 NQs or 60 MNQs. So what's the dollar value? I mean, at the end of the day, the dollar value is just 119 because that's all you paid for the account. So very straightforward. Futures get confusing if you're using your own money, because then you have overnight margin, you have all sorts of different types of margin, you have margin requirements, blah, blah, blah. None of that exists with prop firms. The math is so easy. So in terms of what's your average position size in terms of dollars, well, right here. If this were you and you went with the 50K account, then your position size would be 119, because that's what's at threat. Because if you go out there and lose 2,000, which is the rule violation, then you don't lose 2,000 of your money, but you do lose the account. Meaning if you paid 119 for the account, that's what you're ultimately out. But yes, that is also one of the great things about the prop firms is they make the math very, very straightforward and easy. All right, I'm thinking of a potential buy right there if it wants to come back up. So looking to get long here at, well, as of now, it just keeps dropping, so never mind on that. Hey, thank you, AA. That was very polite of you. Thank you, sir. Wow, okay. Okay, so on the, 5 minute really quickly, check it out. We're down at quite a bit of congestion. Doesn't mean it'll bounce, but then again, if Trump's still speaking, then it's not going to, is Trump still speaking? Oh, the Treasury Secretary is speaking right now. Okay, then I'm going to sit this one out. Treasury Secretary is pretty sketchy. So yeah, as much as I liked it on the 5 minute for a long right now, given the fact that it's at all those areas, if the Treasury Secretary is talking right now, that like I said earlier, I love charts. I am a technical trader. I absolutely love charts, but I try to be as objective and not drinking the Kool-Aid as possible. So I have no problem admitting that charts can kind of be cast aside during certain moments. And when the Treasury Secretary is speaking, I think that's kind of one of those moments. His cabinet is going around the table speaking, Treasury, yeah, that would make sense now. All right, so this is also a good time for me to just be like, all right, I'm not going to trade, given the context. Whoops. Oh boy, come on. Breathe, Clay. Breathe, brother. Your bladder's been doing good, but breathe. All right, I'll be right back. What did I miss? Nothing? Is the Treasury Secretary still talking? Yes, you can get a take private trader account from India. India is one of the countries they're available in. India, Australia, Canada, vast majority of European countries, UK. I only bring up those because over the years, it was always very annoying. Just because I never had like a one-size-fits-all recommendation, but people from Canada, the UK, Australia, and India, those four areas. Hey, Clay, I'm in one of those countries. What do you recommend as a broker so I can get involved in the U.S. markets? But now it's so nice. Hey, trade futures, and you can get involved with USA futures through a prop firm, and that prop firm is Take Profit Trader because they're available to all those countries. So it makes my life much easier. What's up, Clay? Might be a pocket watching question, but since TBT does have daily payouts, do you withdraw all your profits? Great question. I am on team if I'm owed it, or if it's available to get taken as a payout, I take it as a payout. But there is nothing wrong at all if you want to leave some money in there to build buffer. That's one of the great questions out there. So if you're someone that's like, hey, I like to build buffer, cool. I understand that. Some people like to leave a little bit in, take a little bit out. But so that is a great question. But per your question, I am on team. If I'm owed $700, I'm going to take all $700. That doesn't mean I'm right. That doesn't mean it's the right approach, but that's where I fall on that discussion. Wow. Is the Treasury still talking? Again, I can't do anything here. And in my defense, I've chosen wisely to not play this long. Because, again, when the Treasury Secretary is talking, it can get sketchy. Vance is talking now. Hey, Saziz. Needs to go to... He talks like... I mean, he might be. Wow, okay. All right, I'm going to try at least one right here. Okay, I'm in long one. Again, just one MNQ, very, very small size. There we go, out there. So in hindsight, man, why didn't I go with like 10? Well, that's hindsight. But this is, that was a knife catch. That was a knife catch for sure. I'd like to think, and in my defense, it was a smart area to catch the knife, but it was still a knife catch nonetheless, which is why I started off very small in case I needed a little bit of flexibility. But yes, when you give yourself flexibility, if you are actually correct and it goes in your favor right away, you will. The voice will show up saying, why did you start so small? That's just kind of how it goes. And we're right here. Do we get a bounce off this area? I'm going to try another long here if it wants to bounce back up. All right, nope, it doesn't. This thing just continues to bleed, okay. Alrighty then. Well, if anybody here is short, a massive congratulations to you. Is anybody here short? Give me a 2 if you're short right now. Joe Bader. Nated. Miss though 2. Good job, Christian. Not a lot. Is anybody long right now? Is anybody long and praying? Give me a 1 if you're long and praying right now. 1 for a long, and I'm praying. Uh-oh. Matt is long and praying. A is long and praying. Jocko long and praying. Uh-oh. What a move. FF Sleepy, long and praying. All right, Todd and Cream is not. No, this is looking pretty rough. Again, I don't know your strategies. Maybe you will, add some more and you have plenty of flexibility. But yes, as of right now, looking a little sketchy. Joe just covered. Good job. All right, longs. Maybe this will. I don't know how much you needed to bail you out, but. Say less. I shorted. Well, say less. Hopefully you didn't short right here and chase. If so, then you're not happy right now. I shorted, just covered. Okay, you must have been in beforehand then. All right, I am bearish biased with this bounce. Against, still hard though. Is a cabinet meeting still? Oh, let's just do it this way. When the cabinet meeting is over, if you guys could let me know, that'd be great. Because that is just such an annoying, unknown variable right now that could very realistically just rain on everybody's parade. But I would love to look for a short now as it bounces back up, thinking, this is some sort of dead cat. But back out green. Woo! Your prayers were answered then, huh? All right, Joe. Joe sharing some goods. Thank you, Anthony. Went long at 99.50. Well, how come you weren't here saying that ahead of time? That would have been nice to share with the group so I could have puppet traded you. All right, Matt also got his prayers answered. Yeah, this is a bounce worthy of prayers being answered here. Thank you. I am a beautiful thing. What is gold up to? Oh, gold seems to have chilled out a little bit now from the last time we looked at it. So let's help. Short 535. All right, I like it, Evan. There we go. That's what it's all about. He has given us a trade plan in real time. Even if he's wrong, still nothing but respect. Because at least he had enough courage to point things out ahead, or like in real time. None of this hindsight stuff. All right. The crosshair is at his stop. So he's got a chance. He's got a chance. I see what he's trying to do here. That is true. I do need to ask more. If you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, do we have 16 people out there? Let's see if we can get a short squeeze in the likes here. Can we get this up to 150? So if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form, hitting the like button, as small as it may seem, it does actually help. It does make a difference. So if you are entertained, enjoying in any way, would love to see if we can get some momentum run up here to the 150 like mark. But if you're brand new, you've never been here, welcome, great to have you. Don't worry about hitting the like button. I totally understand. You don't know if you're going to enjoy or not. But for you people that have been here before, let's see if we can get a short squeeze in the likes. Look at that, short squeeze in progress. 152, let's go. Are you not entertained? Is that not why you are here? I can't remember if I talked about this, but I had a clip on, I think we have, but I had a clip on YouTube on the algorithm. It showed me of Gladiator 2. And then like the shark scene, that was brutal. I guess I don't know all of Roman history, but I don't think that they brought in great white sharks. And that part seemed a little Hollywoodish. All right, let's see what we can get here. I'm looking on the 5 minute for this thing to bounce up a little bit more. And I'm going to take a swipe at a short up around 560-ish. So up around here. But want to see it come up a little bit more. You are the best. Well, thank you for the kind words. Good morning from Oz. Oh, I like Oz. No, come back up some more. I sometimes enjoy it in the shape of a square, sometimes a circle, and every one in the long while a triangle. Sometimes enjoy the shape of a square. I'm not getting it. I think I'm behind on the joke. Or else your humor is just way too witty for me. Again, I'm looking for this thing to get up around the... In fact, let me just... I guess these lines kind of do still pertain. Yeah, I'll get rid of them for now. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's going to get up to where I want it to go. I'm starting to... The voice are starting to whisper to just get short here. Just get short here before it rolls back over. But I'm gonna try to resist those voices and be patient. You said if you're enjoying, yeah, that was that. I mean, patient trader. That's borderline bannable offense. Borderline bannable dad joke. In fact, you might have just taken the title from Kyle after that one. All right. I'm glad I didn't get short here. I'd be like, uh-oh, I should have waited. Now, granted, it still hasn't come up to where I wanted. And just because it comes up there still doesn't mean it'll work, but... All right. Trying to be patient. Then again, Trump will probably end the cabinet meeting. So Trump will... I could, in theory, get in, and then Trump might start speaking again, and then just absolutely roast me. And here we go, at those levels. This is so obnoxious. Please, cabinet meeting, just end. Why are you? I'm not shorting. I'm thinking about it, but I'm not short yet. Well, at this point, is it going to go for the V? This move basically started right here, down to there. Right up there would be the V. If it keeps going, that's where it becomes a check mark pattern, but... Again, I'm waiting for some sort of confirmation that it wants to be weak. But as of now, no, I don't see any confirmation that it wants to be weak. Isn't that amazing, though? How, I was wanting to get short right here. But I was like, no, Clay, listen to the plan. I'm glad I did, because that would have definitely been a losing trade. You should name your new dog Wick. Yeah, if we do get a dog, I don't know. Maybe we'll have to take a poll in here. What should the name be? I would wait with the short. Okay, well, where would your short be? Dantaz. Where would your short be? What level? And then where would your stop loss be? So 3 numbers. Where would your entry be on the short? Where would your stop loss be on the short? And then where would your price target be? Name the dog Dent. That's not a bad idea. No short long. Okay, well, same question, Dantes. Where are you getting long at? And then where's your stop loss? And then where's your target? Name it Iowa. That's not bad. That would make sense. 50. What? 50. Oh, right there. You're getting long there? All right, there we go. Dantes is getting long at 50. He's got a 10-point stop. All right. Powell speaking right now? No, stop it. Stop it. That's not true. Powell speaking right now? Anthony, is that true? There is no way we're going from cabinet meeting to now Powell talking. Uh-oh. Deleted message. Okay, so Powell's not talking. All right, that's why it's always good to get a little bit of confirmation. My next dog name is Jim Bob. Might name the dog Jim the Dent, and we'll just call him Dent for short. But when he's in trouble, Jim the Dent. It would be a very accurate name. Dent the dented dog. This is what I mean to type brain faster than typing hands. This is what I mean to type brain yeah, it's all right. It happens. It happens. Not the first time we've had a false alarm about somebody talking that's not actually talking. It's coming to my 50. Yeah, and then we'll see if it stops there, if it keeps going down and stops you out. We'll see. We'll see. As of right now, you have not been filled, though. All right, it's getting close, though. Getting close to 50. Nope. All right, there you go. You're in. You are in. Uh-oh. Your stop's at 40, but you're hanging in right now. You're hanging in. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You're still in by the skin of your teeth. By the skin of your teeth, you're in. And now you're out. Good try. Good try. Can't win them all. Can't win them all. Short again, stop 580. All right, Joe. That was a clear short wedge trend line. So hopefully you took it then, Abel. If it was clear for you, hopefully you went short. I feel like such a noob. I get thrilled over the smallest gains. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that per se, but just make sure you don't fall into the trap of, well, green is green. You can't go broke taking a profit. Just don't fall into that trap. Because yes, you can go broke taking a profit. Green is not always green. That's how you end up with a 95% win rate strategy, but then you're still losing money. So I'm not saying that's you, Lance. I'm just saying that's okay to be excited, but just make sure that doesn't turn into something bigger. Funny, Putin is threatening attacking Ukraine ships and talking peace at the same time. Too much. I'm risking too much and cutting winners. I can already see a potential. Oh, okay, yeah. So you're trading scared, and you're trading scared because, as you've identified, you're risking too much. That makes sense. How about entry at 25.40? Well, I don't know, Charlie. Is that your trade plan? Oh, come on, Dantes. You were all yappy, and now you had a losing trade, and now you're silent. It's okay. You don't have to go quiet. We've all had losing trades. Nothing to be ashamed of. You had the courage to post it ahead of time. I'm going to be trading alongside now. I'll make sure to post my... Yeah, no, it's always fun when people post their trades out ahead of time. The hindsight stuff gets pretty tiresome, but even if you're like a Dantes, nothing but respect. He had the courage to post his trade plan ahead of time. It just didn't work out. Missed it for 0.5 point. No, you didn't. I watched the numbers. What you posted here, you got filled and then you got stopped out. You did not miss anything per the plan you posted here, which is okay. That's fine. Hi, everybody. My confession is I have applied for 25K. It was approved so quick. Connected with Tradeovate. I have more to say. It was approved so quick. Connected with Tradeovate. I have more to... Okay. All right. Well, we'll wait for your more to say. Glad to hear that it was approved quick. I think that one grammar thing was supposed to be an L. So he said, please use code Clay. I can get behind that. I thought I was paper trading. I trade 5 contracts. They stopped me. It against the rules. What do you mean they stopped you? Yes, that would make sense. You cannot, on a 25K, you cannot do 5 NQs. So that's, I think what you meant by stop is they would not let the order go through. That'd be my guess. Because yes, that is true. If you try to trade 5 NQs on a 25K account, the max is 3. Kent, did you check your refund? During the checkout, they give it to you as a credit. If you don't see a credit for the 130 refund, then just drop them a message and they'll add it. So what's your next trade plan, Dantes? 0 for 1, but that's okay. You can redeem yourself. What's the next trade plan you're going to take? I'm just trying to wait for something a little bit clearer. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm also just waiting. Trying to be a good little boy and just wait. Yeah, so again, step 1, Kent, check your credit bank. It should be in there as a credit, and then during the checkout process, when you activate it, you'll just click your credit. If there is no credit, then you'll want to reach out to them. WhatsApp? Huh? I back again. Yes, if I remember right, you're the guy that was like, your mind was blown by thinking $100 was like a car payment, like a huge amount of money. But I think we concluded you were in a foreign country where, yes, maybe 100 US dollars is like a lot. You're welcome, JL. Thank you again for using code Clay. I appreciate it. So do my kids. Again, if you use code Clay, you are feeding hungry children. I have 6 children, and I assure you they are hungry. Hey, you bought the challenge. Very good, Tariq. What did you miss? The cabinet meeting. That's kind of making all this a little bit sketchy. Scary to trade when cabinet meetings are going on. Where are you at, Jim? How much? Are you in payout territory yet? My children are now hungry for... Well, keep it controlled, Kent. Keep it controlled. I have 3 kids. They are not hungry. I am, because they... I know how that goes. It's always my favorite. Hey, don't eat that. What do you mean, don't eat that? That's for the kids. Goodness. So I feel that. I feel that. No trading for the last 45 minutes. We did discover the... Does somebody want to tell Jim what we determined the new dog's name would be? He'll probably, he'll probably cry about it, but he deserves it. Oh, I kind of want a long here. This looks like an interesting long. I got plenty of green on the day. Let's... Wait. I don't know. Is this a force? Oh, that looks pretty good. Is the cabinet meeting still going? I hate this stuff. Is so annoying as traders. Why? I don't know. Sometimes it's just such a buzzkill to try to be a responsible trader. Like, it would be so much easier to just be a degen and be like, hey, who cares? Who cares? Well, no, I mean, you don't have to take 20. No, my thought is it depends on your strategy and your trade management. I mean, if you're scalping, then yeah, maybe just take 10 to 20. But if you're like, no, I'm here to let the thing work for me, then I don't know, let it work for you. You could get even 100 points. However, apply take private trader without code Clay. They are... Yeah, that's... Yes, yeah. If you don't use code Clay, then yeah, you're a dirty rat. I think that's what you're saying. I blew 3 accounts the past week, degen on NQ. Well, I appreciate you acknowledging the fact that you were a degen. That is still a learning moment nonetheless. Metastock, good price, great valuation. Well, unfortunately, this is not really a live stream where we talk investing. So that all may be true, whatever your name is, but yeah, we don't really care about talking investing here. I think I have to try. Oh, I totally chased. That was a terrible entry. I gotta. Whoa! Let me just get out. All right, that was such a bad trade. That was a total chase. That was bad. That was bad. Worked out, but that was bad. I'm not gonna sit here. No, you're all right. I'm just letting you know that I want to try to respect everybody's time as much as possible. If you're here thinking like this is going to be a group that we're talking about, you know, the fundamental analysis of Meta as a company, you'll probably want to find someplace else. That's not going to happen here. How's trading going today? It's going pretty good. Made it back. Had a Christmas lunch with the engineering group. Oh boy. That was probably awkward. The engineer, and I'm allowed to make fun of engineers because I have a degree somewhere in the boxes with my engineering degree. So if anybody's allowed to make fun of engineers, it is me. Yeah, a Christmas party with the engineering group sounds like a snooze fest. Engineers, it is a weird group. Some are the most arrogant people you'll ever meet because I'm an engineer. So they think they're so much smarter than they actually are. Others are just socially awkward. Just they're so smart. They're not like cocky, but they're just so smart that they're just like so awkward. And then there's people like me that I don't know. And I'm probably the worst. I don't know how to describe myself, but I'm probably the worst of the engineering type. Just the total just baboons. Very slow movement? I'd probably have to disagree on slow movement. I mean, this candle right here is 67 up to 80. I mean, this is a 13-point candle. That's not bad. To be fair, I mean, slow is a relative term. Your slow is very clearly different than mine. All right, well, I did play that long, but I did chase the price. It did not seem like a very good entry at all, so I hopped out. But yes, in hindsight, I would have been totally fine. But hey, that is hindsight for you. Hey, I'm good, Psy PC YB. How are you doing, Psy Pi? What CYB? I study civil engineering. Oh, civil engineering. Gonna build some bridges or design some traffic flow sometime. I'm not trying to be annoying and dented. Is that cabinet meeting seriously still going on? I'm like paranoid that somebody, you guys, remember, you're supposed to tell me when it's done. Yes, Trump meeting going. It's still going. Oh. And it's all being televised? I'm starting to reach the degen where I'm like, I don't even care anymore. I'm gonna trade as if there is no meeting. And if I get roasted, so be it. This is new short, 610. Stop loss. Oh, 610. All right, you got it to move it up. Yes, this is Tradeovate. I'm using a prop firm, Take Profit Trader, and then through Take Profit Trader, I am indeed using Tradeovate. That's the meeting link. Yeah, Daniel, I don't think you can share links in here. I'm good, man. Just done work and stumbled across along your stream. Well, hey, I like when people stumble on by. Hopefully you decide to stumble on by some more. All right, here's the pullback here. Yee. Okay, pullback. I'm going to try a long down at that level. Okay, so looking to get long at the green line there if this pullback wants to continue. Take Profit Trader, Dantes. I am Take Profit Trader. I believe they are the best in the business. Very, very clean set of rules, which pertains a whole lot to those people that are beginner to the prop firm space. And then even the veterans. I've yet to hear somebody else of other prop firms complain about Take Profit Traders, daily payouts, and the fact that you can request it in any amount you want. So if you're making $3,000 a day, you can request $3,000 every single day. I've yet to have an experienced trader from another prop firm complain about that fact. And then again, not to mention the experienced traders like not having to deal with the consistency rule, scaling rule, scalping rule, clean set of rules. So that is why I am on team take profit trader. Yes, once you meet the payout requirements. Yes, yes. That's hence my words. Once you're in the pro account and eligible for a payout. Eligible for a payout. That's the key word there. Come on. No. Come down just a little bit more. All right, now I don't like that because now think about it. If I get filled here, what does that mean? That means that I am buying after a failed bounce. I'm not saying this bounce will fail. I'm just saying that if I do buy where I wanted to, that means I am buying after a failed bounce, and I don't really like that scenario. But hey, if it wants to come down here, I'll try a long down at that green line. Getting short here, a little too scary for me because if you're going to get continuation, then you're going to have to think that the price can get down through that pink line, which it could, but I'm just not quite feeling the short here. Although I say that, and then this could be kind of spicy. If the price comes up here, hits its head on that purple line, then comes back down, is that like a short right there? Maybe. It's chopping. Ain't no trade. Well, I mean, for you, Big Doggy, maybe no trade. But I mean, for other people, it could be exactly what they're looking for. It could be exactly what the doctor ordered. But yeah, I have no problem accepting the fact that for you and your strategy and your rules, there ain't no trade. All right, there it is bumping its head right here. No, it just, okay. I was looking for a head bump, not for it to actually go through it. So, all right. Well, I was thinking, like I said, I was thinking about a short right here, but I wanted confirmation, and again, no confirmation. So that is the power of waiting for confirmation. It can help you avoid losing trades. To be fair, though, there will be those times where you wait for confirmation, and then it causes you to miss a winning trade. So there's always give and take, always give and take. Ended up being a bounce off the VWAP. I don't see a bounce off. I mean, right there, a bounce off VWAP, but at least with the settings of VWAP that I'm using, I don't see any bounces off of VWAP. Hey, I'm going to go ahead and ask just because why not? We are 22 likes away from 200 likes, which is always a very exciting milestone. So if you are here and enjoying in any way, hit that like button. I know it doesn't seem like it does much, but it does help. So maybe we can get a short squeeze here within the likes and get this thing up to 200 likes. Oh, 188. Let's go. Not real. I mean, again, John Smith, I don't talk about it here because I don't feel like hearing about all the griping and complaining from people. But I do offer a mentorship program. So if you want to learn, quote unquote, how to trade, if you want to learn how to, kind of just, the all encompassing. Again, at the end of the day, there's still work on your part regardless. The best I can do is teach you the tools, teach you the framework, but how you operate within the rules and framework will ultimately be up to you. But that's all part of the mentorship, John. Which again, I don't really talk about here unless somebody like you brings it up. But yeah, those would be the videos that I recommend. But again, just to be very upfront, those are behind a paywall. A severe lack of my A+ setup so far. All right, well then, hopefully you're not trading. Anyone have a CFA cert? Is that useful for trading? I guess it could be, but would I say that that's not like a requirement? No. But to be fair, I guess... Wow, 206 likes. Great chat. I'm glad I asked. Thank you, everybody. That does help. But no, I don't... Once more, I don't know, to be fair. Maybe it helps. I'm not aware of how it would help per se, but... yeah. But I don't think by any stretch would that need to be required. Kind of, sorta, I think. Yeah, right here. Oh boy. Okay, let me extend this out this way too. Yeah, talk about a former area. So this is just good technical analysis here. Former area of support right here. When the supports are broken, and it was broken right there, they tend to act as resistance. Boom. So what is that, about 585? Very interesting potential break point here. So I'm going to be watching that like a hawk. That's interesting. Let's see if it can work its way back up to that area. Or is it dropping? I'd still be interested in a long down around this general area down here. I suppose in theory I could still be convinced to try to play the pink line here, but we'll see as it starts to drop back down. Where do people sit in the chat right now? Give me a 1 if you are currently long. Give me a 2 if you're currently short. Again, not looking to get long or looking to get short. Give me a 1 if you are currently long. Give me a 2 if you're currently short. All right, looks like we got a decent mix. All right, I'd say probably more shorts than longs right now. Okay. So this is what this is looking like on the 5-minute right now. Sort of just, I mean, maybe this is it for the next couple hours. Hopefully not, just a choppy little sideways channel. Ideally, and maybe I'm just trying to cope here, but maybe I got some copium, but maybe this is just the market waiting for the cabinet meeting to stop. John Smith, my friend, you at the end of the day, you just got to experiment, man. You got to go out there and figure out what works for you within the proper framework again. So there's a proper framework. The framework is built around risk management. But within that, like those sort of questions, dude, you got to just experiment. I wish there was a universal answer to those sorts of questions, but there's not. Have you heard about Trump's announcement? Yeah, isn't there supposed to be an announcement this at 2 o'clock? But this has been a train wreck of a trade. Just so annoying to responsible traders. Because it's so obnoxious when Trump is speaking and cabinet meetings are going on, and you got to kind of just sit here. But I confess, it's kind of broken my spirit. I kind of don't care. I'm just going to trade now, and if I get roasted, so be it, because of the cabinet meeting or because Trump. But dude, don't they know that there's traders out there that are trying to trade prop firms, and they're trying to be responsible? I mean, come on, man. All right, here we go. Sounds like he is unveiling the Trump accounts for children. Did you take any trade earlier? Sorry, only in now. Yeah, I don't know. I've made at least probably five trades, maybe even more. I don't know. How many trades do you think, for the people that have been here for the majority of the live stream, how many trades do you think I've taken? 5? Are we going for long or short? Well, I don't know, entertainment. What does your strategy say you should do? No, I've definitely done more than 3 trades. That is crazy to say 3. I would say minimum of 5. That is absolutely crazy talk to think that I've only done 3, Neil. absolutely crazy talk. Okay, TK is just definitely not 100. I'm short 94 contracts. All right, well, I'm assuming those are micros. Can anyone see my message? No, don't see the message. Again, I'm still waiting down here at the VWAP, or right around the VWAP, which is that dotted yellow line. That's true. That's true. That was quite the... Oh, that's right. That was 94. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see what happens down here. Would be surprised. Hey, Albert's back. Albert, the guy that was like, nobody's fast enough to trade within 40 seconds. How come you still have not addressed that, Albert? What made you think that nobody is fast enough to move in 40 seconds? That's what I now officially remember Albert by. The guy who's like, 40 seconds, nobody's that fast. Well, that's irrelevant. What made you think that it's not possible to move within 40 seconds? Especially when you said it with such like authority. Like, that's too fast. Nobody does 40. Or wherever you said it was with such authority. So what made you why do you say that? What do you mean you can't trade within 40 seconds? Albert, are you suffering from the world revolves around me-itis? Albert, as your medical professional here, I want you to call your physician and say, Doc, I'm suffering from the world revolves around me-itis. Because fair enough, Albert. Maybe you can't trade within 40 seconds. But to go out there and make the blanket statement that you made yesterday about how nobody can do things in 40 seconds, no. Just because you can't does not mean that nobody else can. That is the epitome of the world revolves around me-itis. So call up your doctor, and they're going to give you a shot. And then the shot is going to help you realize that just because you can't do it within 40 seconds doesn't mean that nobody can do it within 40 seconds, okay? Okay, that's okay. We've all been there. We've all suffered from the world revolves around me-itis multiple times in our lives. Would you say a majority can do that? Yeah, very much so. Especially with these platforms. Like, it is not, 40 seconds is such a long time. And given majority would be 51 or 50.1%, yes, I believe that 50.1% of traders, if need be, especially on a platform like this, could trade within 40 seconds. Yes, psychology. Yes. 40 seconds is a very long time. Calculator risk. You can see my. This is the same account. So if you're unfamiliar with that screen, this is my NQ trades on the day for this account. This is my MNQ. All right, here we go. Looking for a long down around here. Let's see what it wants to do. I don't know. Do I just try a long right here? I wanted that long down here, but look at that. Right off the VWAP. Right off of it. I chose poorly. Can I follow your trades live and be profitable? No. Unfortunately, It's going to take brain power on your part. Calculator risk, you have not discovered the holy grail of making money. The holy grail of making money is, dude, I discovered trading, and then there's live streamers. And I'm just gonna follow them. If only it were that easy. So no. Nope. Sorry, my friend, this is going to take blood, sweat, and tears. If you're not willing for blood, sweat, and tears, you're going to have to go do something else. Because Clay is too good to talk to peasants like me. Maybe. That I in the spirit of intellectual honesty, that is true. But hopefully you can also, that another reason might just be that I'm trying to trade and think, and there are multiple chats coming in. So that's also, maybe that's why. It could be, though. It could be I'm talking to you, or not talking to you because I think you're a peasant. But all I ask is, could you entertain that maybe the reason is I just got a lot going on. I'm ready to put in the effort. Good. That is what you'll need. You will need effort, and as long as you're not defining effort as finding somebody to just blindly follow. That's not the type of effort I'm talking about. Trump is straight up falling asleep on TV. Well, I mean, I would too. This meeting right now at this point is just ridiculously long. Like, I guess I don't really blame the guy. Is learning price action important to scalp NQ? Well, I would argue that learning price action is the epitome of trading. Like, that's what you're doing. You're making judgments on price action. I guess you could use like cash flow statements and fundamental reports and balance sheets and blah, blah, blah to do scalping, but I've never heard of that before. But yeah, as a trader, you need to learn price action. No, you don't want to do... First off, I'm glad you want to be done with options. Options are garbage because options have theta. But yeah, you wouldn't want to use Robinhood for futures because that means you're risking your own money. And that is where prop firms come into play. Because with prop firms, your risk is way less. Yeah, that is, you are barking up the right tree if you want to kick options to the curb. Day trading options is mathematical garbage. You are making your life way harder than it needs to be because of theta. And now it bounces right back up. Oh boy, I really hope. I guess if it is, and it is what it is, but is this going to be some sort of range now into the after the kind of remainder of the day? Maybe. If so, you range... No, to be fair, on the good news front, this range is still like 70 points. So, I mean, there's still money to be made within the range, but... We'll have to see. Options are not for trading. I use them as insurance to hedge. Yes, at the end of the day, that is true. Options were designed for hedging and stuff like that. Clay, do you ever trade using AI? No. I'm not smart enough for that. And please, for all that is just realistic and commonsensical, if somebody is selling you something that is using AI, just stop. I assure you, if that thing works, they're not going to sell it to you. I'm not, Jim, I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm talking in general with that statement. We'll see if we can get a bounce. Now he's taking questions. Ugh, the never-ending cabinet meeting. This is crazy. this is one of these moments like, what am I doing with my life? Could you imagine if these cabinet, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, like it would just become totally like, who cares? Just be thankful, you know. Fair enough. Fair enough. Touche. I'll take that. That's a good, nice, optimistic way of looking at it. You missed the move by 3 points. Well, I mean, with all due respect, 3 points isn't that close on a day like today. Now, a couple weeks ago, yeah, that 3 points was like razor thin. But today is not that day. I do not use Bookmap. I do not use Bookmap. Bookmap. I use the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. I am dumb, so I got to keep it simple. Well, I guess that would be the DIS method, right? No, keep it dumb. No, kids, that would be the KISS. Keep it dumb. Never mind. But I'm stupid. So I use the KISS method. I like some candlesticks. I like some moving averages. Give me a couple trend lines, some pivot points, the VWAP, and I try to make it from there. I have not heard of that, Charlie. I don't trade. That's not how. That's Charlie. So you seem to be under the impression that you can just go to a store and then at the store you're like, hey, excuse me, where's your strategy aisle? And then you go and you just pick out a strategy. Okay. Oh, I've heard of that strategy. That's not everybody's strategy is unique to them. Yes, we have broad frameworks. Yes, there are guardrails known as risk management. But like how you operate within those, everybody is unique. You do not get to, unfortunately, you don't go to Walmart. You don't go to Costco and be like, excuse me, where's your trading strategy aisle? And then you just go pick one off the aisle. Now, I understand a lot of people market it that way. I understand a lot of people make it seem that way. But unfortunately, the fact of the matter is it's not that way. I see a triple crown with a flying wedge forming. No, I just see a bald baboon taking shape. I don't recall having to worry about, well, yeah, because now that's the other end of the spectrum. Like Biden spoke to the public like what, once every 6 months? So, I mean, talk about extremes. To go from Biden and his public appearances and speaking to Trump, I mean, that's like the epitome of like both ends of the spectrum. You got your strategy from Temu or Temu or however you say that. Nice long. You getting long here, futures forever? Give us your trade plan. You say nice long, right? We're going to need a little bit more details. Entry point, stop loss, target. Spill the tea, man. Spill the tea on what you mean by nice long. Clay, you are a cool dude. Well, it depends on who you ask. I can't see the baboon? You got to study harder then. Y'all catch that T-Rabbit trade? I was a little too slow. Just entered NQ long. And where's your stop at, Orlando? Yeah, exactly. Which way? Nobody knows. Which is the factual thing. Nobody knows in the market. That's why risk management is important. 550 will be entry. Okay, all right. Look. Oh, you're oh so close. Oh no. Oh no. Don't do futures forever dirty like that. Got oh so close to his entry. What do you mean you got in? You said it was 550. It never hit 550. Clay looks like a guy who trades and runs ultra marathons. Well, boy, oh boy, do I have you fooled. I hate running. Oh. You market entered. Okay. Well, hopefully you get that breakout. Right, I guess I don't know. I'm assuming you want the breakout. Maybe you're just taking the scalpy scalp. But either way, looking like a nice entry. Good job. Where'd the dude go? See, that I don't know. Are we too mean around here? Like, remember the guy that showed up and he just was like, I'm up $26,000 for the day. And then we were all like, okay, cool story. Like, I don't know. Are we the grumpy live stream on like YouTube? Like, where we just don't let that nonsense get away? Where some young kid shows up and just types nonsense and then like, are we supposed to just buy that stuff hook, line, and sinker? Like, I don't know. Are we a bunch of jerks? Yeah, I do. I skipped the run. We're not mean enough. Okay. Whew. Hello, chat. Just wondering if you claim to be a teacher or are you just a scalping guru? I'm neither. I'm a dent. I'm a baboon. My only claim is that Pam's plan is a good day trading strategy. That is my only claim, pie ho. My only claim here is that Pam's plant is a good day trading strategy, and it is an undefeated argument so far. That is my claim. If you would like to challenge that claim, I'm all for hearing you out. My other claim, pie ho, is that I'm sexy, brother. That's my other claim. I'm sexy, pie ho. That's my other claim. See this? See that, pie ho? That's my other claim, brother. Lost my funded accounts today after... Well, again, were you not doing the racehorse method? That is the epitome of the racehorse model. The racehorse model, you would have one in waiting for you already. Jess said, oh my... Why? Why did she have to walk in at that moment? Why? Just when I was making a little progress... For her to think that I'm a halfway normal human being, she had to walk in at that moment. Figures. That's right, TKW. That's right. Dang, where did Pie-Ho go? Hey, Pie-Ho's still here and he's laughing. Pie-Ho's got a sense of humor. I like him. Or her. Or it. If it's a bot. Racehorse model is that with Take Profit Trader, because after you pass a test, it's you don't have to pay any more monthly fees. The racehorse model is that even if you have pro accounts, so you've passed the test, even when you have those pro accounts, you should still be working on passing other accounts, and then just putting them in the stable, right? So a test account is a horse. As soon as it becomes a pro account, it becomes a racehorse. So while you have racehorses active, you should still be training new horses into racehorses and then just put them in the stable. Because again, in the stable, to store an account, there's no monthly fees. A lot of other prop firms, they'll charge you monthly fees for every account. But now with Take Profit Trader, once you pass, you have that, it can just sit there. And the goal and the idea is if a racehorse dies, instead of having to go through the training phase again, well, no, you just grab a racehorse from the stable, activate it, and you can keep moving on. Where Mecca, he made the comment about, now I got to start all over. Well, again, that's the whole point of the racehorse model is you don't have to start all over and go through the racehorse or go through the training because you already had one sitting there waiting for you. This is Serial Trader. Oh, okay. I recognize that name. What happens if she did, Jim? Let's say that Jess had walked in. What do you think her conclusion would have been? Again, the key with that, though, is Take Profit Trader. Other prop firms, it might not be cost effective at all. Because if you pass, let's just say 10 accounts, and those 10 accounts are just sitting there waiting, I mean, do you really want to be paying monthly fees on those 10 accounts when you're not even using them? But with Take Profit Trader, again, you're not paying. So that's where the financial, it makes more sense with that context. I need to hone down on that. Yeah. Because the other thing with Take Profit Trader is this, is if you blow a pro account, they'll say, hey, do you want to reset the pro account? But then this reset the pro account is like the cost of 5 or 6 test accounts. And you also want to not even be tempted because that is a very real temptation because you're upset, you're on tilt, you're all frustrated. Fine, I'm just going to reset the pro account. Boom. Man, that was a bad use of capital. Whereas if you're being proactive against that, then you're like, no, I'm not going to pay to reset the pro. I'll just grab another account from my stable and activate that. And there you go. But it also helps with fear, right? If you have one account, for me particularly, I experience fear like, okay, I got my pro account. I don't want to lose it. And then I started to trade scared because, well, I don't want to lose my account because then I have to go through the test phase again. And I don't want to have to do that. But now when I know that I have a stable of accounts already passed, I can trade relaxed. I'm not all scared and uptight about it. So that's where the racehorse model, it fights against both trading scared and it fights against the temptation to overpay for a reset because you can just go grab another one. Again, Mecca, but what I'm trying to get at is if you had a pro account for 3 weeks, good job. During that 3 weeks, you should have been working on getting other accounts passed. I mean, at the end of the day, do whatever you want. I'm just saying that that was a theory I had many months ago, and it's helped me a lot, especially with the trading scared thing. Because, yeah, I mean, if you only have one pro account, it's very easy to trade scared because you're like, oh, great. If I fail this, if I blow this up, then I have to go. So it's not a money thing. It's not like you blow up the account that means you're losing thousands. It's like, no, you're out a couple $100 at most. It's more so the time aspect of, I don't have to go through the test phase again. Yeah, I mean, that's the ideal. Yeah, pure tone. That's the ideal scenario. Yes. And then within the racehorse model, eventually, all the new horses you're buying to turn into racehorses, though, that's coming from racehorses that are delivering. So racehorses are delivering, making you money, and then you can buy more horses to get trained and put in the stable. Because at the end of the day, blowing accounts is part of prop firm trading. I'm not saying you should strive for it, but you're not putting your expectations in line with the reality. If you think you're going to get a pro account and then have the next thing or have the thing for the next year, it could happen. It could happen, but is that likely to happen? No, because prop firm trading and just futures in general, crazy things can happen. But that's the whole point of prop firms is the way they allow you to help manage that risk. Yeah, for I think the 50K, yeah, so to reset a pro account is $650. That's bonkers. You could just go buy 5 test accounts for that same amount. Which is why while you have that pro account working, work on getting some new account passed. Is the racehorse model for everybody? Probably not. But for me, now it's definitely not if you're with other prop firms and they're charging you monthly fees. I mean, that could add up very quickly if you're getting charged on accounts that you're not even using. But again, that's a big distinction with take profit traders. After you pass the test phase, there are no more monthly fees. Well, that yellow line, remember when I drew that thing? Look at this thing, still acting as resistance. But I'm watching right now for potentially a breakout of it. But for those of you that have been on the live stream a while, hopefully you remember you put that yellow line in place as resistance. And once again, surprise, surprise, it is resistance. But if this can come up here, now I'm not going to buy the breakout on this candle, but if this wants to come up here and putts around a little bit and then make the move, I'm going to try to play that breakout. Again, I'm not going to buy if this candle breaks out, I'll be left behind. I'm not going to take it on this one. But I am certainly very interested right now, and I'm watching like a hawk. Patient is long at 571. Good entry, good entry. Are you buying the breakout here, Jim? What are you doing, boy? You never answered my question, or did I miss it? You never answered my hypothetical. Yeah, dude, my hypothetical. Let's say Jess walked in when I was doing all that. What do you think her conclusion would have been? Oh, I went to make coffee. Goodness. 63 down for the say with good habit. Yeah, man, that's good. If you're down $63, but it's with good habits, that's the name of the game. It's a game of habits. Okay, good. She would have laughed and hopefully... Clay, I tried shorting the 585 rejection. Oh, yeah, that is true. I don't know. Going short up here, to me, that feels a little crazy right now. But to be fair, here's yet another moment right there that it would have worked. The short would have worked. So maybe I'm the crazy one for not shorting there. Maybe I'm the crazy one for thinking that I want to go long on a break. but I got to be patient. Again, I am not going to take it. All right. So this candle's got about 15 seconds before it's done. Next candle immediately comes down and then starts to come back up. And I'm going to hop in and try to anticipate the break. Okay, so this is all good. It's got to close below. Okay, almost done. Watching the timer. No, do not. No. If anything, I got a short here. Yeah, I'm going to short here instead now. Oh, too late. Oh, my order got rejected because it was, okay, maybe so. Yeah, I wanted to play the fake breakout, which right now, I mean, it did break the yellow line and then came right back down. But when I tried to catch it, I was too slow. I don't like this. Like I said, I wanted to see it come down and then come back up. It barely budged. To be fair, I am being high maintenance right now because worst case, I don't get the trade. Oh, well, I'm still, up over 900. So it's not like it's do or die. So that's why why are you being so high maintenance about it? That's why. But if you're long right now, I mean, that's fine. I don't necessarily like it because it didn't behave how I wanted it to, but we'll see if you get the breakout or not. But that yellow line is being a little dirty rat, isn't it? I can appreciate that. At least that it's very cut and dry, right? Nope, just flat out smack the price down. But it's these little moments where it gets slightly above, or that one gets a little bit more. It actually did look like a potential breakout for a second, and then it goes down. Those are the tricky ones. Those are the ones that really do truly make it a dirty rat. But as traders, you gotta realize that dirty rats are in the market. Some days are filled with dirty rats. Other days, you can get pretty clean-cut movements. Today is one of those days where I have no idea what the market wants. 150 minis traded and 30 trades and still only breaking even. Well, I mean, SP trade, you might want to just take that as the market is just not jiving with your strategy. Maybe just call it good. I mean, that's what those results tell me. You've made 30 trades and you're just breaking even. Yeah, that sounds like the market's not really playing you like a fiddle, to be fair. It's not like you're down a bunch, but it's also not really driving in the sense of you making any money. Switch from options to futures. Best thing I ever did. Our newest convert, Alex. That's amazing. Good job. Thank you. Our newest convert from options, which are garbage. That right there is the point of the live stream. That makes my day. Like I said, Pi-Ho earlier was like, so what are you claiming here? Are you claiming to be a teacher? Are you claiming to be a group? I'm just claiming, my only claim is that Pam's plan is a good idea. And right here, Alex is our newest convert. Love it. Shout out to you, Alexander, for being open-minded enough to give something new a try. Well, if you took that breakout, good job. Good job. I'm the baboon that's sitting here watching my balloon float away. Did you take that, Jim? Did you take the breakout? Let this carry you to payout land. Carry me home to the place where I get payouts. Take profit, trader. Caught 5 points. Roger that. You took it, Neil. Good. Again, I was high maintenance about it. It didn't behave how I wanted it to behave. But as I just explained, I was willing to be high maintenance about it because worst case, I don't get filled and oh well, I'm still green on the day. You should trade me when I traded stocks. Oh yeah. I've been doing futures now in a prop firm for basically the past, about 14 months now? But yes, as somebody that has a whole lot of experience day trading futures and day trading options, day trading futures through a prop firm is so much better. And it makes so much more sense. All mathematically verifiable. So yes, Godson, I'm done with that garbage. Based on the math, that's all. I'm not like upset at options or stocks. It's just the math makes so much more sense to day trade futures through a prop firm. And math is just logic. That's all math is, right? Numbers are just explaining a structure, and that's what logic is. It's a structure of understanding. So logically speaking, it just literally makes sense to day trade futures through a prop firm. Took a long at 583. All right. 4 days from the eval account renewal. Should I just reset, Clay? Do you reckon? No, I would just let it subscribe naturally at this point. I'm 500 plus down. I thought you were just, dang, weren't you just saying you were $60 down? Did you take that breakout trade, Jim? Yeah, no, Godson, stocks are garbage. Stocks are garbage mathematically because you need a whole lot of capital because you got to be able to buy enough shares, right, to make it worth your time. Like owning 10 shares on Tesla, not really going to make you any money. But if you want 100 shares on Tesla, still not going to make you a lot. But 100 shares on Tesla, that's a lot of capital required. But with prop firms and futures trading, you don't need a lot of capital. Your risk is very minimal. Futures move great. So it just doesn't make any sense. No, you didn't take it. What do you mean you didn't take it? Jim, what do you want from me? I mapped this out. Trump meeting is over. I don't know what Jim wants from me other than he keeps wanting to wrestle me. Other than that, I don't know what he wants. Isn't there some announcement at 2 o'clock, though? I could have sworn way back when the live stream started, some of you are like, there's an announcement at 2 p.m. Eastern. Is that true or no? Jim needs you to call him nasty names. That is true. It makes him feel better because it's the truth, and the truth does make people feel better. Does he have shroons also? I don't know. What are shroons? It was 2 p.m. Eastern. Well, it sounds like his cabinet meeting maybe went a little bit longer than what was thought. All right, next key breakout point right up here, which is the top of this consolidation, which, surprise, surprise, check it out. Top of this consolidation area right there. Also currently the level of resistance. And then after that, I'd say, again, no guarantees, but especially a higher volume break through that yellow line. I don't see why. Again, no guarantees, but it seems very plausible that the price could at minimum go up and test those highs. Oh, mushrooms. Kelshi, looks like fun. Just looking around. This stream is great. Go Clay. Well, thank you. I Spire. What's Kelshi though? Kelshi. What's Kelshi? Looks like fun. Tradeovate just randomly logged you out. Uh-oh. All right. Tradeovate's kind of been having issues all day long, so keep that in mind. I'm going to need a spiritual journey after today's soy movement. Surprisingly, today's soy movement? Kelshi is a betting. Oh, gotcha. Well, no, Kelshi is, yeah. This is a little bit different than Kelshi. All right, I'm not going long right now because on the 5-minute, check out this. Not the most encouraging candle right now, for me at least, to be wanting to go long. Oh, SPY movement. Gotcha. that was a bad typo. I can see how you do it because the P is right next to the O. So yeah, but when I was thinking soy movement, what are you, some sort of soy boy? Are you a soy boy? I don't even know what a soy boy is, by the way. I have heard it out. I've seen the term. I don't know what it is though. I think it's what Jim is. I think Jim might be a soy boy. What is a soy boy? First, let's figure out the definition. Then we can figure out if that's what Jim is. Effeminate? Soy boy is a contemporary derogatory internet slang used to insult men perceived as lacking traditional masculine characteristics. Oh, yeah, that's Jim. Oh, man. Okay. Well, then, yeah. Okay, so Jim is a soy boy. Okay, gotcha. I've always wondered, I've always tried to describe, tell Jim, what he is to his face. I've never quite known the term. But now, soy boy, that's what he is. Okay, gotcha. Soy boy is a contemporary derogatory internet slang term used to insult men perceived as lacking traditional masculine characteristics. Yeah, that is a perfect definition right there. So so dude, this whole time I'm like, what, like, Jim, how do I describe Jim? Soy boy, that's the term I've been looking for. So yeah, soy boy was looking for soy movements. All right, there we go. Jim the Soy Boy Dent. That's what your name needs to be now on here. Jim the Soy Boy Dent. Oh, that's such a relief. I can now describe you. I'm going to read it just one more time because it's so... It's like if you've ever wondered like what somebody's like in real life. I can tell you this about Jim because I've met him in real life. And this is a perfect description. Soy boy is a contemporary derogatory internet slang term to use to insult men perceived as lacking traditional masculine characteristics. There it is, right there. Next time I see him, I'm gonna have to hand him like a jug of soy milk. Oh, the world makes sense again. You're all good. That was a funny typo. That really helped me figure out Jim. His silence is deafening. Is this the breakout? This looks kind of spicy. I'm going to give it a go. I'm crying. I mean, of course you are. You're crying over there and drinking your soy milk. Again, I'm long at the blue line. Come on, get through the yellow line. I'm going to take one out there just in case. Could still be a losing trade, but in case there's a big rejection. All right. As of now, I'm glad I reduced position size there. So again, could still be a losing trade. It'll just be more modest because I did lock in small amount of gains. But it wasn't necessarily about locking in gains. It was like, all right, let me just in case this happened. That is exactly why I did it. Unfortunately, it did happen. What a dirty rat. All right, I'm out. So it was a losing trade, but if it comes back up, so be it. But that was the move I was looking for. Right there, it broke, and then right back down. Don't drink too much soy milk, Jim, because it's full of estrogen. Oh, he's going to chug that then. Wow, under 40. Wow, what? I don't know. Was that trade for? I don't think that. I think I lasted a little bit longer than 40 seconds in that trade. Godson, what do you use? So in your small caps, do you use charts as your main tool for your decisions? Dent is being used as a slang. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know what dent is. Okay, well then you're 97% of the way there for futures because futures is just charts. A lot of people are like you. They're like, okay, I understand the value of trading futures through a prop firm, but man, like, where do I learn about futures? How to trade futures? There is no how to trade futures. If you're already using charts, then you're now witnessing the power of charts because a bull flag in stocks is a bull flag in futures. Bear pennants exist in Forex. Bear pennants also exist in futures. The only thing you have to learn about, which is very straightforward, is just the point system. How much is 1 point worth? So if 1 point is worth $20 per contract, and and something moves 3 points in your favor, well then per contract you just made 60 points, right? Or $60, because each point is worth $20, and if each one moves, in your favor, it's like I said, that's the only thing you have to learn, and it's very straightforward. So there you go. I have to go, but really lovely watching your stream. I'll be on it later to test. Yeah, I live stream every day, 11 a.m. starting Eastern. So yeah, make sure you subscribe, turn on notifications, and hopefully I'll see you on future live streams. No pun intended. Yeah, no, you're good, Godson. Again, if you already use charts with whatever you're trading, you are already 97% of the way there to trading futures. The final 3% is just understanding the point system, which is very, very straightforward. You are welcome. You are welcome. But again, Godson, a big part of the equation is not just going out there and trading futures with your own money. That is a very risky proposition because futures can move and they can move very, very quickly. It's trading futures through a prop firm. That would be a key component because the prop firm is what brings about the risk management portion. But yes, if you are not careful in futures, no joke, you could be gone. Thousands of your dollars could be gone very, very quickly. Man, this level is just holding strong, strong, strong. I'm so fascinated by it, though. I don't know. Maybe I'm a dented baboon for still being interested, but I'm still interested in these areas. Because to be fair, it does keep getting rejected, but to counterbalance that, it's not like the bears make any more progress. The bulls keep stepping in down here. From home run to homeless real quick. For anybody new and they're like, what is this guy's, why does he keep doing like this? It is because my wife is over here and she's walking by and no, I'm just kidding. There's just, that's where my monitor is and it's got other time frames. So that's why I understand it looks like maybe I'm just looking off into oblivion, but no, there's actually something over here. I think I need to just remind people that often, or a little bit more often, because I know there's always new people on here and, or I don't know, maybe that's just common sense. Like if a trader just all of a sudden goes like that, they're probably just looking at another monitor. You can't see anything, soy boy. What's it like to be a soy boy, Jim? I'm curious. What's that like? If anybody here is interested, I mean, you can interview Jim. And if you want to be a soy boy, that's fine. That's fine. I don't know if I've ever, Jim has always been a unique person that I've come across. And I didn't know how to explain him. But now that I have the definition of that, I'm kind of fascinated now. Like, so what's that like, Jim? 15-minute or high holding still? Is it? Three trades so far, all green. Good job. Good job. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm at. I don't know how many trades I've made. I think I've made more winners than losers. I'm intrigued by this zone, short and coming. Yeah, I can totally see anybody thinking of going short here. I'm not going to join you. It seems like this level really does want to fail, but I'm also not going to call you crazy. I can see the logic. Wow, and then just crickets on Jim's part. Unbelievable. All right, now we're getting more of a pullback here. Lots of crying, polished nails, and wheatgrass. Oh, dude. Dude, this is Jim. Wow. With no plan and no setup, you will be eaten alive like the rest of the 99% of losing traders. Shooting in the dark isn't trading. Yes, agreed, Pi-ho. Agreed. And just to add a little bit, to sprinkle a little bit more onto what he said, and when he says with no plan, that means if your plan does not involve any sort of risk management, then it's actually not a plan. I guess to be fair, it's a plan, it's just not a very good plan. Wow. Okay, pullback. Okay, can you explain the SPY weekly chart? Maybe. Not right now, though. Because this is some good action. I want to stay focused on it, brother. Out one here. Good job, Pure Tone. Well, I'm going to text Jim real quick. It feels so good to now know how to describe you to others, period. You're a soy boy. There we go. Just text him. Okay, interesting potential long here now. We have the purple line, the 50 period simple moving average. We have that dotted brown line, a pivot point. They're basically both at the same value. Doesn't mean it'll bounce, but in my mind makes it... Oh, never mind. There's the bounce. Never mind. He didn't even check his text. Leave you alone. You didn't even look. Stop acting like I'm getting in the way of your soy milk. Can't wait to hear it. Oh, I mean, she probably knows. And, you know, no judgments. She might be into soy boys. That's fine. Hey, you know what? You know what? It is what it is. Change. He told me to change the name. And if I wasn't such an old baboon, I'd quick change the name in the context. But I don't feel like figuring that out right now. I am still interested in a long. This candle is going to be done moving in about 12 seconds. So I'm on the 2-minute time frame. If you're a beginner, that just means that this candle, as it's called, moves around for 2 minutes. And then a new candle will start to move around for 2 minutes. There. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm going to try it long. Right there. See if we're going to bounce up off there. Okay, I'm going to try to get long at the green line. All right, never mind. It keeps dropping. All right, glad I waited for confirmation. On the 5-minute, we are right at those areas. I'm going to try a long right there at the green line. Okay, I'm in. Took one out just in case. Just in case. Still got two. Still got two. There we go. And now with this last one, I'll just put it to stop right here. And I'm going to start to move it up. Come on, bounce. Move it up some more now. Very tight stop, I admit. But like I said, I'm just going to play this. I want to see it go straight up right now. I'm not going to sit here and putz around with it. There we go. Stopped out there. So nice little trade for Soy Boy if he was watching. I'm changing my name to Sniper's Eye. Cool. Are you going to buy here? I did buy. Dude. I just... I like the way you trade. You so patient. It's hard for you to lose money. Well, that depends on the day, David. If I remember right, yesterday I went on that I went on that streak where it seems like that's all I could do. So I thank you for the kind words, David. I do my best, but I am also human, and as a human and as a trader, I also sometimes go through those moments where it seems like literally whatever I do the opposite as the live stream to make money. Oh. No, I don't want a cake from him. That's exactly why I don't want a cake from him. He's going to use soy milk. We are still here on the 5-minute. I'm looking for another potential long. I don't want to rush into it. Again, we're still right at these levels that I talked about earlier. That purple line, that dotted brown line, the pivot point. So it makes sense why it is, a little bit of a bounce from there. Again, that was never guaranteed to bounce, but hopefully nobody here is shocked to see it actually bounce. But I always look at you and you just, and that's the best way to do it. Yeah, no, I mean, I have green days, that's for sure, but I also go through my rough moments. That is also for sure. But you can, with macro risk management, you can go through those rough moments, but still stay green. And yesterday's was a great example of that. If you're here for yesterday's, you were there for the cold streak. It was a very annoying cold streak too. But because I was just still managing risk from the macro perspective, I was still able to stay green. Price action has been less than favorable this afternoon. All a matter of perspective. For some people there, I'm sure they're doing very, very well. But yes, for you, Drew, yeah, sounds like it has been less than favorable. I'm using the desktop version. So like the one that's just downloaded right to it. Was that like a $20 trade? Probably. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not doing anything crazy right now. Pi-ho. But yes, it's surprising. Modest gains. It's surprisingly how quick things can actually add up. No, I do not do silver futures. Never even looked at them. No, I have not yet. I think the season opens up here in Iowa on the 15th. 4 trades today, all green, small profit though. Hey, you know what? If it's good habits, then it is what it is. That's the most important thing. Hey, if you are here and enjoying and you have not yet hit that like button, let's see if we can get this up to 250 likes. We're 20 away. So if there's 20 of you out there that are like, hey, you know what? I'm entertained enough to hit that like button. Please do it. It does help. I understand it's like, dude, it's just one little click, but it does help. So if you are enjoying at all, please hit that like button. Oh, the 6th? Starts the 6th, it looks like. And then it stops for 3 days. And then, oh yeah, muzzle, okay. No, I got time. But yeah, soy boy, no. What? I'm not going to be shocked that a soy boy gave me faulty information on that topic. That actually checks out. Well, I mean, you're looking out for me by giving me wrong information. No, Pi-ho, you're good. You're good. Hey, man, I gave you a hard time and you laughed at it. That means I like you. That means you have a sense of humor. That's good. Godson, so what I'm doing is 2 layers. Layer number 1 is I'm with a prop firm. The prop firm I'm with is Take Profit Trader. So if you go to the link at the top of the screen, step 1 is select your purchasing power. Make sure you use code CLAY, get 30% off, $0 activation fee, and then on your first payout, they will refund you back that amount. But that would be step 1. Select the purchasing power you want. Then they'll ask you during the checkout process, what platform do you want to use? That is the platform that you see right here, is Tradeovate. So again, what I'm doing is 2 layers. Layer number 1, I'm in a prop firm. The prop firm being Take Profit Trader. Layer number 2 is through the prop firm, I'm using Tradeovate. Well, Jim, if that's the value you bring, that's not what I'm looking for. If that's how you're going to justify my value is, well, I give you wrong information, but at least you looked up the incorrect. I hunt with rocks. Seriously saw a guy kill a bird in the tree. Yeah, that's the thing with hunting. Is the logic eventually boils down to like bare hands, or maybe just one hand, or maybe like just one finger, right? Because in the archery world, a lot of people say crossbows are cheating, which I do agree with. I do agree with crossbows it's basically not archery hunting. And who's going to say that? Well, people that use a compound bow. But then people that use the longbow, right? So the ones that like Indians used to use, they're going to accuse compound bow people of cheating. Well, then all of a sudden, what do you have? Well, then you have people that use a spear. They're like, you bow hunters, you archery hunters, I use a spear. And then the people that use rocks, they're going to be like, you spear hunters, I use rocks. And then people that use their bare hands are going to be like, you rock, I use my bare hands. And then somebody's like, I use one hand tied behind my back, right? So that's where the logic eventually will break down to. So I'm well aware. And then obviously, so eventually it'll boil down to like the person that's using like their pinky. Yes, that is the 50. The purple line here is the 50 period simple moving average. Right, yeah, Rick. Or it could, well, I use my teeth. I don't even use my hands. What do I think about TradingView? Is it a good platform to choose? I mean, you can try it. I don't use it, but that's all personal preference, Jay. Nice recovery. Did I have a losing trade down here? What? Did I have a I don't remember. No. Yeah, no, I totally took a trade down here somewhere, didn't I? Yes, on that one right there. On that one, took a long. I guess in hindsight, I should have held for a little while longer. Yes, there you go, Kyle. I guess the logic could be boiled down to there. Like, you're just using psychological warfare. I was like, okay, if I go down, if I have the hunting camera, are people going to show? Man, those people probably just leave. That are like anti-hunting or whatever. They just probably leave, like, I'm out of here. This guy's a savage. As they go and then swing by McDonald's to pick up their beef patties because apparently cows just die of old age or something like that. Or they go to eat their tofu made of vegetables, and apparently, like, it's okay for them to have the tofu, all the squirrels and rabbits and moles and all the animals that get shredded to pieces as the farmer plants their vegetables. No, tofu primarily contains soy. Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. I use a spearfish with a Hawaiian sling spear. It's kind of like a spear attached to. Yeah, I've seen that. That's what they get on the reality show Survivor. Okay, maybe a short here. Or is this the... No, I'm not going to take any short. Or any long. Let's see if this thing wants to get rejected again. Jim is tofu boy. Oh man, Jim is getting roasted today, and I love it. As somebody that knows him in person, I assure you, there's nobody that deserves it more than Jim. Tofu boy. Again, but then you're gonna have the people that use like a sling. Like, they're gonna be like, yeah, that's not hardcore enough. I mean, Judd gets it where the logic eventually boils down to, like, yeah, you have to use a spoon. Like, that's actually. Okay, here we go. If it hits that yellow line or goes slightly above it, I'm going to throw in an order here. This might be the time where it finally breaks out, and if so, oh well. I know, I'll be green regardless, but I want to at least give it a try. Yeah, Tim Wells, that's the guy I was thinking of. Hey, Pete. Well, now I'm looking stupid because why did I put the requirement on that I wanted to see it hit that yellow line again? Yeah, well. Man, Jim just flat out left. I'm gonna have to text him. And all right, I'll text him right now. Hey man, period. It's just a joke, period. Me and the chat are just having a good time with you, period. No need to take it so seriously. By the way, comma, are you currently drinking a soy milkshake? Question mark. There you go. Yeah, porcupine. We had those. We had a property in northern Michigan, and there was porcupines here. Those things, those little things are destructive too. He's not happy. Wow, wow. I cannot even repeat those words. He is not happy. He says he's handling a work thing. Uh-huh. Yeah, my uncle's Peter Pan. And I'm going to try a buy there. We're going to get long at the green line if it wants to come back up. First target the red line, and then we'll look for a break up through the yellow line for the... Come on. There we go. Come on. Oh, that would be beautiful. Just hit that first one at least. Come. Oh. Push. Are you seriously not going to hit at least that one? Feels like I'm being pranked right now. Like, thank you, brother. Put my stop down here. Basically break even now. But let's see if this thing can actually get the break. My next target is right there. Worst case, it's a small green trade because it'll stop me out for break even on the rest of these. But because that first target was hit, this will be a green trade. Just right now, a question of how big of a green trade, right? Because I don't know how high this thing might want to break out if it does break out. Come on. Do it for Soy Boy. Piece of garbage. All right, well, I tried. Once again, that line is the frickin' devil for the longs. Oh, my goodness. For you bears out there, that yellow line has been your knight in shining armor. Keep the faith. Well, on that trade, the faith is gone. You're losing the faith too? One of these has got to go, right? Like it's got, I mean, it's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So is the ninth time a charm? Is the ninth time the charm is the question. Oh, Pio, I'm trading all kinds of stuff, brother. I use the KISS method here because I'm stupid. Keep it simple, stupid. I'm using some candlesticks, some trend lines, some moving averages, some volume. That's it, brother. I'm too stupid for anything else. I know a lot of other live streamers, they're using all kinds of cool sounding terminology and all sorts of cool little abbreviations, but I'm a dent. I am a dented baboon. Best I can do is KISS method. Goodness gracious, you're such a scary trader. How can you be that scared holding one single micro? That had zero emotion. That had to do with the management of the trade itself. I exited because the price pulled back and knocked me out. That's why. Again, it's about habits. Whether that habit is with 2 contracts or 1 contracts or 10. The habit. That's what matters, James. Too bad. Could do much better. Okay, Pie-Ho. Well, Pie-Ho, we are all waiting for you to give us a trade plan. Right now, you have just been flapping lips. Do you have a trade plan for us, though, friend? Are you able to give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target? Can you give us these numbers ahead of time? I'm all for it. Maybe I could do much better. Let's see what you got, though. Again, if you think I am scared or any trader is scared with one MNQ, you how do you have a lot to learn. Let me put it that way. No, you flapping lips, bro. I'm making trades. I assure you, if there's one person here that's flapping their lips, it's not the guy actually making trades live. Bro, yeah, he's a child. I know. He lives in his mom's basement. Too emotional. Okay, we call that an ad hominem fallacy. I've made a claim. My claim is you have not given us a single trade plan. Now you have not attacked, you have not confronted the claim. You have attacked me by saying I'm too emotional. That's called an ad hominem fallacy. See, Pie-Ho? I don't know if you're home from school sick or what, but I'll educate you in logical fallacies. Watch how that doesn't matter. I'll just own the claim. Yes, I am too emotional. Okay, what does it have to do with the fact that you are not giving trade plans? See how that's irrelevant to the discussion? Okay, I am too emotional. Now back on topic. Are you able to give us a trade plan, or are you just going to flap your lips? This was a pretty big pullback here, though. I mean, he's flapping his pie hole. That's true. That's good. Well played, sir. Again, Pie-Ho, I can tell with, call me brawl. You're either a child or you're like a total meathead that's currently chewing on a chicken breast while you eat broccoli, and you're probably sipping down creatine just with no liquid, just like you're like snorting creatine. I get it. Maybe you're like a gym bro. But like, here, brother, we understand logical fallacies. So can you give a trade plan or no? Or are you just here to just talk? Creatine. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Yo, Lorenzo, fair. Yeah, no. Hey, if you're a meathead, that's fine. That's fine if you can give us a trade plan. But Pie-Ho, he's got nothing. The ad hominem fallacy to try to bail himself out from the actual problem. I trade GC1 only, and I use a moving average setup. Okay, so let's go over to GC. Give us a trade plan. There we go. We're on gold now. Come on, Pie-Ho. That's exactly what I'm getting today. El Pollo Loco, a beautiful chicken bowl with, hey man, I'm all for eating healthy. Good job. Creatine is that? No, I don't have anything against creatine, but yes, whenever anybody uses brawl, like you know, like they're either a total like meathead or they're still like living in their mom's basement. Like that would be the tell. Let me put it this way. If you're like over the age, I don't know, let's open it up. Over what age should be walking around saying, hey, brawl? Like what is that? I would say if you're over the age of what, 22? Like I don't know what, you're a soy boy. We'll go that way. That is the claim, and that's the hill I'm going to die. If you walk around and refer to people as brawl, and you're over the age of 22, so if you're greater than 22, equal soy boy. Okay? That's my mathematical claim right there. Brawl, and you're older than 22, you are a soy boy. I'm on gold. I'm waiting for, I trade GC. Well, I'm still waiting for his trade plan. I give it back just as much, if not worse, in real life to Clay. What are you talking about? You don't even do anything, soy boy. All you do is like, hey man, you want to wrestle? No, I don't want to wrestle. Come on, bruh. Bruh. I don't know. That might even be worse. I didn't even know people say Brian anymore. Yeah, I don't know. You would die in a wrestling match with me. Yeah, because you would drown me with the baby oil you want to use. I'm not even kidding. I know I exaggerate a lot, but like Jim is like constantly wanting to wrestle with me. I don't understand why. And then he's always sending me like links to like coupons for baby oil and stuff. I don't know. I don't know. I want to be fair. Maybe I just have some sort of confirmation bias that he's a soy boy. Therefore, the link between him always wanting to wrestle me and also constantly sending me coupons for the hottest baby oil deals that might, I don't know. Maybe I'm connecting dots that don't exist. Do we reject again? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not buying this, though, because, I mean, think about it. This move started all the way down here. That seems like a FOMO chase into a resistance. So that's not my cup of tea. Exactly. EMA Trader is cooking up Jim today, and I love it. All right, well, Pie Hole Boy, or whatever his name was, he's gone. I gave him a chance for gold, and he's just still crickets. So the latest lives in his mom's basement has been dealt with. The power of demanding 3 numbers. Who knew that 3 numbers were so powerful? It's crazy. Crazy. Clay, you should title your channel Improv Trading for the Laughs. I don't know what it's in the bottom right-hand corner. None of this is advice. This is all entertainment. I gave Pie Hole a nice setup. Yeah, but he's too busy eating his creatine. See? Look at this. The dude is 12 years old. He can't address any of the claims. He keeps attacking me. Ad hominem fallacy. Watch. Okay, yes, that is true. What you just accused me of is true. What does that have to do with the fact if you won't give us a trade plan? This is the... Again, what am I doing? Dude, what am I doing arguing with somebody that's probably like 14 years old? What am I doing? Can you imagine? All right, like my 3rd grade teacher. Hey, little Clay, what are you going to do when you grow up? What do you want to be? I never in a million years imagine, like, I could have said the answer. Well, I'm going to argue with some dude that lives in his mom's basement, is 14 years old, publicly, online, in front of other people. That's what I want to be when I grow up. Can't say that I would ever imagine that, but here I am. Here I am. I know they're not worth my time, but it's kind of funny. Good breakout, though. Well done. Not something... Well, to be fair, it did pull back first. Yeah, what is going on right now, though? News? A tweet? What time is it? 2:51? Oh, wait, did Trump just make his announcement? So it was what? About the 10th time that was a charm? Let's see. Kind of one, I guess. Well, no, this was a fake break. Fake break. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12th. 12th time was the charm on that one. I've caught it, but I wish it hadn't pulled back so far when I had 8 contract. I mean, in hindsight, this looks like such an easy thing to trade. Looks like a no-brainer. Looks totally easy. But yeah, I mean, how many times did you fail though? Like, did you try it right there? Did you try it? Maybe not. But like, these are not nearly as easy as they seem to be in hindsight. Like when you know it's the 12th time's a charm, well then, hey, there you go. You just wait for the 12th time. But as I go brain dead, I do want to address this because I know a lot of people, we've talked about prop firms quite a bit. So a couple different categories if you are now convinced that futures are awesome, but you want to be smart about it and therefore do them through a prop firm. So a couple different categories. If you are a beginner prop firm trader, then take Private Trader, who I believe is the king of the mountain. But the reason for the beginner trader is the very clean set of rules. These other prop firms, there's nothing, they're not scams or anything like that, but they are going to have more rules. And as somebody that's just getting started in the prop firm space, that's a quick way to get overwhelmed, all these different rules. So as a beginner, take Private Trader is definitely, I think, king of the mountain for that reason. Clean set of rules. Now, maybe you're already experienced, you're not really intimidated by rules, you understand, but my point to you would be, take Private Trader definitely deserves to be at least tried. If you have not tried them, if they're not part of your empire building, definitely give them a try. And I say that because I am yet to meet a prop firm trader that's used another prop firm and then uses Take Private Trader, gets to the pro payout phase and qualifies for payouts and then complains about daily payouts in whatever amount you make. So there's no limits or anything like that. If you're making $3,000, $4,000 a day, well, then you can request $3,000 or $4,000 every single day. So I've yet to meet anybody that complains about that. And then to bring the rules back in. And I've also yet to meet anybody that says, I really wish there was a scalping rule and a scaling rule and a consistency rule and all these other rules. They're like, no, I like clean sets of rules, which again is what Take Profit Trader provides. And then to go back to these people here, the beginner, eventually you will turn yourself into an experienced prop firm trader. And after you get Take Profit Trader turned into a well-oiled machine, you got your 5 accounts and all that sort of stuff. If you want to continue to build the empire, then these are some other ways that you can build the empire. And I know some of you are just like, hey, Clay, I enjoy the live stream. I'd like to support it. Do you have a code with such and such? First off, I really do appreciate that. I appreciate you just wanting to support the live stream and use code Clay. So those are the prop firms that I do have a code with if you do want to help support it. And this is where I start to offend people. But if you enjoy the live stream and you want it to continue, it's got to be worth my time. I have 6 kids. I need to take care of them. If I was a bachelor, then who cares? My time is my time. But I have 6 kids. My time is no longer my time. I need to be wise with it. So as much as I do enjoy this, and my proof of that is, we're over 4 hours. We had a lot of good laughs today. At the end of the day, it would make me a scumbag father to be like, well, kids, Daddy's gonna go do something for 4 hours that has zero monetary value. Because notice, I don't even have Google ads, or I don't even have YouTube ads turned on. So I've made $0.00 from YouTube ads. So like I said, if you want to help support the live stream and ensure that it continues, code Clay is how that's going to get done. Not to mention using code Clay it saves you money anyways. It gives you good deals. So it's a good win-win for everybody. So if that offends you, if you expect me to be here totally free of, just free of charge, if you expect me to not try to monetize my time, then we just look at life differently. But I think I'm being a good, responsible father by making sure that if I'm going to take 4 hours out of my schedule, there's some monetary value to it. So on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like, nice, we hit 251 likes, but yes, on your way out, hit that like button. I will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. Usually I show up a little early, so if you want to know exactly when I go live, then just make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications, because like I said, I'll be here 11 a.m. at the very latest. But You provided great value today. Well, thank you, Godson, and good to have you here, and hopefully we'll be seeing more of that name. But yes, family first, absolutely. And yeah, I can't be a scumbag. As fun as this was. And you know we all had fun today. We had some great laughs, and this is what keeps trading. This is, but I can't, I gotta be a responsible father too at the same time. So thank you everybody for being here. I'll be back, like I said, tomorrow. On your way out, make sure you hit that like button, and I'll see everybody back tomorrow. Take care. Have a good rest of your day.